It's over. The words of President Trump, clearly frustrated with the Iranian leadership. The president says the ceasefire with Iran is history.
They're led by sick people, and they're vicious, violent people. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they'd use it. As far as I'm concerned, it's over.
The president speaking at the NATO summit in Turkey a short time ago, lashing out at Iran's leaders following Iran's attack on several tankers in the Strait of Hormuz, and then the targeting of Bahrain and Kuwait. The U.S. responded by launching strikes on Iranian military targets.
Iranian media has reported several explosions in the southern port city of Sirik, as well as Keshem Island and Bandar Abbas. And these do, in fact, appear to be the heaviest U.S. strikes since the ceasefire came into effect. The statement from U.S. Central Command is strongly worded, as American forces have launched a series of powerful strikes to impose what it describes as heavy costs for targeting and attacking commercial shipping, crude, it says, by innocent civilians in an international waterway.
The BBC's Peter Bowes. U.S. has also revoked a license authorizing the sale of Iranian oil. Oil prices are up nearly 6% this morning. Following the latest sexual assault allegations against him, the pressure is mounting on Democrat Graham Plattner to drop out of the U.S. Senate race in Maine. One of Plattner's strongest supporters, Senator Bernie Sanders, urging Plattner to step aside. A preliminary hearing for the man charged in the assassination of Charlie Kirk will continue today. Tyler Robinson's lawyers questioning the reliability of DNA testing prosecutors say links Robinson to the suspected murder weapon. And watching Wall Street, the Dow futures are down 676 points. NASDAQ futures 409 points in the red. More on these stories, townhall.com.
The following is a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
When I was feeling the stress of too much credit card debt, I looked at two different options: debt settlement and debt management. They may sound the same, but guess what? They're not. Debt settlement seemed like a quick fix, but I found out it would destroy my credit, create tax headaches, and hit me with huge fees. They actually told me to stop paying my bills. No way, not me. Then I turned to a debt management plan developed by the team at Trinity. They worked with my creditors, lowered my payments, reduced my interest, saved me thousands, and paid off my debt. And Trinity is a Christian company, which is important to me.
If credit card debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Heather. Please forget debt settlement and remember Trinity Debt Management.
1-800-990-6976.
An update on a recent bombing in Morocco.
The woman suspected of trying to kill a Ukrainian business tycoon in a bombing attack in Monaco last week was found dead in Ukraine with gunshot wounds to the head. Ukraine's Secret Service said that a Ukrainian military intelligence officer confessed to killing the bombing suspect, Anastasia Berezovska, with the help of a former law enforcement officer. The security service said he claimed to have acted on his own and without knowledge of his superiors. Authorities have not disclosed possible motives for the bombing attack or the killing of Berezovska. Based on the sophistication of the remote-controlled explosive device that was used, investigators in Monaco said last week that they believed multiple people were involved in the attack. I'm Haya Pinjwani.
Healthcare workers at the epicenter of Congo's Ebola outbreak are walking off their jobs. Seems they're not getting paid in a timely fashion. The strike threatens efforts to slow the outbreak, and officials say is still spreading faster than the response. News and analysis at townhall.com. A new application of artificial intelligence is at the heart of a spirited debate that's going on in Utah.
That debate is about the role of the technology in health care. Utah is the first state in the nation to allow AI to renew prescriptions for patients. Previously, that role had always been reserved for doctors and other medically licensed professionals. Technically, state and federal laws don't allow AI programs to handle prescriptions, but officials in Utah have waived those requirements for Doctronic, maker of the AI chatbot that converses with patients and can send refill orders to their pharmacy. The Federal Food and Drug Administration has signaled it doesn't plan to intervene. Keith Peters, Washington.
U.S. Airlines spent $6.66 billion on jet fuel in May, an 84% increase from the previous year. It was the second month in a row with fuel costs exceeding $6 billion. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, oh, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on two huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets, regular $69.98. Now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla.
Well, happy Wednesday morning. Hump Day, everybody. This is the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm Dan Hobgood. Time for a look at weather, sports, and other things. We'll start other things now. You know, the new tasks in the morning at the beginning of the show. We'll start as we always do with where I am in Richmond, Virginia. High today will be 80 degrees, stormy and uncomfortably humid. You don't say. Low tonight of 72 with storms. Right now the temperature is 73 degrees, and I can attest, very, very, very humid outside. Squirrels winners against the Curve last night in Altoona, 3-2. I have mixed feelings about that because the Curve are the Pirates farm team. 6 p.m. tonight for the game against the two teams. D.C., High today of 84 degrees with spotty showers. A low tonight of 74 with spotty storms. Going to be humid. Right now, the temperature in Washington, 73 degrees. DC folks probably not so happy this morning, but JF will be. The Stros, 6-3 winners over the Nats. They'll play again tonight at 6:45. In Atlanta, you're looking at a high today of 93, a low tonight of 73. Possible storms, going to be humid. Right now, the temperature in Georgia, 74 degrees. The Braves fall to my Buccos, 12-4. No team I'd rather beat. Sorry, Atlanta. I'm going to have to rub that in with the Peach Crew ladies later today. Nashville, high today of 86. Going to be heavy storm this afternoon. A low tonight of 71. Stormy still and humid. Right now, the temperature in Middle Tennessee, 72 degrees. Philadelphia, well, the Phillies bounced back against the Reds yesterday, 4-1. 7:10 first pitch tonight for those two teams. High today, meanwhile, in the city of brotherly love of 85. A low of 69 degrees. Going to be humid. Right now, the temperature also 69 degrees in eastern Pennsylvania. Morgantown, you're looking at a high today of 88 with some spotty storms. A low tonight of 70, still stormy. Right now, the temperature in By God, West Virginia, 69 degrees. And last but not least, my Yinzers in the 412, a high today of 90 degrees. Like Morgantown, some spotty storms. Low tonight of 71, possible storms still. Right now, the temperature in the Steel City, 70 degrees. Paul Skeens got his first win since May 12th last night, and Ryan O'Hearn sets a club record with 10 RBIs in a single game. 6:40 first pitch tonight for the Braves and the Buccos. Bringing you today's weather and sports update is the Godzilla Wins radio show for the best insight, analysis, and picks. Watch and listen to Godzilla Wins Saturday mornings from 9 to 11 all across the John Fredericks Media Network. Plus, to get John's daily sports picks, go to GodzillaWins.com. Once again, that's GodzillaWins.com. And now, time for a word to the wise. And the second of a three-part series here about the basic ins and outs of rights. Yesterday, I mentioned that on a desert island, someone wouldn't have to worry about other people doing anything to him or taking anything from him against his will. He needs control over his person and what possessions he has freely acquired so as to act in favor of his judgment, which is why that's what rights are supposed to ensure. Given that what someone essentially needs power over are his body and belongings, man's basic and interdependent rights are to his life and whatever counts as his property. Of these rights, all others are corollaries. Importantly, rights are shields, not swords. Rights entitle a person to dominion over what he already has. They do not entitle him to what he doesn't have and merely wants to acquire, especially from other people. Rights are reciprocal. As the old saying goes, mine end at your nose, and vice versa. If some alleged right of mine would encroach upon you, that is, if it would deprive you of your ability to act in favor of your judgment with regard to your life and livelihood, then that alleged right is a faux one that isn't actually a right at all. Tomorrow I'll conclude this mini-series by talking about how extensive the application of rights is, to whom they apply, and to what they don't. Until then, this has been Dan Hobgood for the John Fredericks Media Network. Outside the Box with the Ox is next, followed by The John Fredericks Show. Stay tuned, everyone.
10 years since Philando Castile was pulled over near the Minnesota State Fairgrounds for a broken taillight, since the officer instigating the stop was forced to shoot him for not complying with his orders and being suspected of grabbing for a gun. 10 years since the Minnesota governor encouraged anyone offended to protest in the streets, shutting down interstates, creating a nationwide outrage. Thus, 10 years since liberal politicians blamed not only the cops' quick trigger, but also the laws responsible for the stop in the first place. Pretextual traffic stops were put under the microscope as they accused the officer, Geronimo Yanez, of racially profiling Castile, as a possible suspect in a robbery. Thus, no longer allowed as a reason for cops to pull someone over, expired license tabs, no license plate light, loud muffler, things hanging from the rearview mirror, or a cracked windshield obstructing view of the roadway, and windows tinted too dark. All explicitly deemed non-public safety threats. In response, the Ramsey County Deputies Federation said to unilaterally decriminalize criminalize illegal activity discovered pursuant to a legal traffic stop sends a strong signal to those engaged in criminal activity that they can do so with impunity, close quote. At which point, Captain Obvious swooped in and was thanked. But this ushered in a whole new way of addressing crime. Thinking outside the box, what if Nixon had these same lawyers and lawmakers on his side in 1972? Like, we know you broke a bunch of laws, but it's not like that's a crime. Here outside the box with the Ox in the Eastern Time Zone and now in West Virginia on the John Fredericks Media Network.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild,
They want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They're going to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Fredericks Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive J-Fred radio network, and all across the socials.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Right now, download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineer sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now, get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now.
John Fredericks Radio Network. Straight talk, strong and true. Morning, noon, and drive time. Bringing the news to you. Fredericks on the air, Fredericks everywhere. John Fredericks Radio Network. We tell it like it is. Fredericks on the air, Fredericks everywhere. John Fredericks Radio Network. That's the sound you know and trust.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who always says to lace them up and lace them tight, John Fredericks.
Good morning and welcome to the John Fredericks Media Network. It is so great to be with you on this Wednesday, Hump Day, July 8th. I'm coming to you live from your nation's capital in Washington, D.C. Well, the commies are trying to destroy it, but we are not going to let that happen. It's great to be here, as always, with you. This is your voice, your community, your network. So we love to get your calls. We love to get your interaction with us. You can text us, 878-256-9062. Probably don't say that enough. 878-256-9062. You can text us there. You can go into Getter Chat. That's the only one I have up. Don't have time to have 4 of them up. But that's, if you want to chat with me and Dan, you go into Getter Chat. Just put up John Fredericks. And if you want to get any of our show podcasted or anything later in the day, comes up at noon, all of our segments and our shorts, just go to, not our like shorts, but like we do the clips there. Dan puts them up by segment. And then we have some other shorts, but it's all on John Fredericks Media, YouTube. Go to YouTube, John Fredericks Media. Everything is there. Even the phone calls we put up. Not the prank ones, because obviously we're not going to do that, but you can text us. You can call us, 888-480-JOHN. The beauty of the show is that this is a community. We're here for you. We're here for our audience. It's why Dan and I get up at the crack of dawn every day, before dawn, actually. 3:45 today, I got up, Dan, so I'm back to my regular schedule since took a day to recover from the Astros debacle on Monday. But they won last night, so
life is good, back in center, and hopefully they can get the third game, win another series, and move to within one game of 500. They can get to 500 going into the All-Star break. They're going to win the World Series. That's my prediction. They're 35-1. Let's see. Bet $500 at 35 to win. You get back 17.5. I don't know, Danny. I don't know. I might have to dip into the old DraftKings account there. Maybe see what's going on. Got a lot of money from hockey, but I'm losing it on baseball like a little bit. So you think about baseball betting, it drains you. I mean, by the end of the season, you have no money. you just try to make it like to the end of the World Series. It grinds you out because it's 7 days a week. I mean, hockey's different, and you don't bet 4 hockey games a night. You bet 1. Baseball's different. I mean, like 3 or 4 games, you got to bet them all, and because I don't make best bets, that went out the window ages ago. That strategy is a disaster. You don't bet more money on one game than the other game. That's a catastrophe. You just got to get you got to win 55% to break even to pay the vig. That's basically it. If you can do that, you have a chance to survive. It's really tough though, but it is fun. I enjoy it. I could take that money and play golf right hand, but I don't have time. Instead, I'm here with the likes of you all. And so President Trump, lots to report on today. The president in Turkey, very interesting. Some of the things going on. First of all, he said, I'm gonna read you what he said a little bit earlier today on Iran. He said that the ceasefire is over. This was moments ago, this was about an hour ago. He said that the ceasefire is over and the memorandum of understanding is dead. He said to me, I think it's over. And then he went on to say that this is at the NATO summit. Of course, Iran, I'm sure you know in the news, or you just heard it during the funeral of their whack job leader. They apparently sent drones with bombs and tried to hit a few cargo ships. And that really pissed Trump off because this was violating the ceasefire. And so he's just done with him. And we knew there was going to be a breaking point and it would be over. He said, I don't want to deal with them. They're scum. This is talking about Iran. He said, you know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people and they're led by sick people and they're vicious, violent people. President Trump in NATO an hour ago. However, he says he'll let his negotiators keep talking with the Iranian negotiators. Then he says, as far as I'm concerned, it's a waste of time dealing with them. They're liars. We make a deal. And if I make a deal with them, we have a deal. He goes out, he talks, we make a deal. Everyone is agreed. No nuclear weapons. We make a deal. They go outside, talk to the press, say we never even talked about it. There's something wrong with these people. They're nuts. Frankly, I don't want to waste my time with them. Now I'll let our wonderful negotiators keep talking if they want, but I don't see it. I don't like these people. I'm done with them. President Trump, moments ago, he also blasted Spain. He said he's done trading with them. He's putting a U.S. trade embargo on them. He's also pissed at NATO because he said they didn't help him in the Iranian conflict. He said he spent billions of dollars on it. And the reason he spent it was to protect Europe. And he said, I'm done with this. I'm done with being the patsy. I'm done with being your doormat. I'm done with your nonsense. And I'm done with the Iranians. I'm done with the whole thing. Okay, he's done. Okay, he's done. Dan, I tell you what, I'm going to do what you said right now. We've got a lot to talk about today, Dan, and I want to get to, we'll get to some of these liberals here, some of these communists. Let's get the cut one. Okay, we're going to get the cut one. The CNN's K-File uncovers deleted tweets of Abdul al-Sayed. This is the guy running for Senate in Michigan who is now going to be the nominee, calling to defund the police in 2020. See, all this stuff is going to come back to them. We'll get into all these people in a moment. Roll it.
And our K-File has exclusive reporting on al-Sayed, a progressive Democrat and currently the frontrunner for Michigan's open Senate seat, who insisted he never, ever called for defunding the police. He told CNN just last week his tweets were taken out of context. Listen to him.
I deleted all the tweets because I didn't want them to be taken out of context like this. And I think this debate about 2020 and the ways that tweets are going to play are really nice on CNN if you want to get clicks. They're not that effective, and nobody really asks me about them on the streets or in communities in Michigan. So if you want to talk about housing or healthcare or corporate dominance in our politics, I think those are a lot more legitimate questions that people are actually asking me about what they want their next senator to do in the state of Michigan rather than for clickbait in DC.
Well, our K-File has uncovered interviews of El Sayed from 2020, repeatedly making the case for defunding the police after a K-File report last year that revealed a dozen deleted tweets from El Sayed in support of the movement. K-File's Andrew Kaczynski is out front. So, Andrew, what more did you find?
Well, Aaron, what we found that in 2020, El Sayed didn't just tweet about defunding the police. He defended the idea in multiple interviews, including one where he plainly said, we do need to defund the police. Now, you mentioned this in your intro, but I want people to first look at what he told the Detroit News late last year. He said, quote, I want to be clear. I actually never called for defunding. My goal in that conversation was to help everybody understand what we were talking about. Law enforcement exists for a reason, but ideally, you want to make sure that there are folks out there, not folks out there committing crimes in the first place. So El Sayed's argument was that he was not calling to defund the police. He was trying to explain a broader policy idea, funding things like social services, public health, education, and anti-poverty programs to prevent crime before it happens. But what we found in 2020 is that El Sayed actually went further than that. In interviews at the time, he didn't just describe investing in other services. He also explicitly said that meant spending less on police. And in one interview, he said directly that police should be defunded and less money should be spent on police. Listen to this.
I believe that we do need to defund the police insofar as defunding the police is disinvesting in the means of incarcerating someone or killing them on the streets. What if we were to invest in social services? What if we were to invest in public schools? What if we were to invest in public libraries? What would the world look like there? And I think that has to be the way we go. And that means both investing more in these services, and it also means investing less in police.
So that was just one of several interviews that we reviewed, Aaron. And part of why this matters is because he is running in a true battleground state. Donald Trump won it in 2024. And it's where Republicans are almost certainly going to make crime and policing a central issue, and where defund the police, a poll that we looked at showed, for example, that just 27% of respondents supported the defund the police movement. In April 2021, we saw that 70% were opposed to it. Politically, this has not been a phrase that's been popular even at the time.
Yeah, and obviously, as you're pointing out, something people care about in that race, which is contradictory to what he said in that interview clip we aired in the introduction to you. What is El Sayed and his campaign saying now in response to your reporting?
Yeah, so Roxy Richner, that's a spokesperson of the campaign, pointed to El Sayed's public health experience working with local law enforcement in Wayne County, Michigan. And they told CNN in a statement that his perspective has become more nuanced. They said, quote, one simple word has never been enough to fully explain the reforms we need for a...
Another communist, foreign-born Muslim jihadist running for U.S. Senate. Another one. They want to defund the police. They don't want jails. They don't want anybody incarcerated. They want to do social services. They want to invest in libraries. So what? They can go rob the libraries? This is what you're dealing with here. And, I commend CNN for calling this out, because none of the other fake news will. I mean, they're fake news, but at least now, because they're getting new ownership, it's coming down the pike, and probably going to be reporting to Barry Weiss. They got to straighten their act out. So that was a great report on what this guy actually believes. Don't be telling me, oh, I'm for investing in libraries. That's what I meant. No, you meant to defund the police. You meant to get rid of them. Right? You want chaos on the streets. The way you get power is through chaos on the streets. And by giving things away. Now, this whole Affordability Act, this whole thing on affordability, let me break this down for you. And I'm going to tell you, this is why you tune me in. So I'm going to break this down. Okay? The Democrats are running on affordability. They have no plan to make anything more affordable within the system. They have no plan to make gas more affordable because they don't want to drill and they don't want to frack. They have no plan to make goods and services more affordable because they want to put regulations on them and restrict them. They don't want to make services more affordable because they want to unionize everything. And so there's no plan they have to make anything more affordable. If you look at what they did in Virginia, everything is more expensive since they got there. Everything from food to gas to trucking to pavement to asphalt to buying a flower. Everything is more expensive. They have taxed everything. So they have no plan to make things more affordable. So now what they have to do, and you're seeing the shift, because that hoax is up. That hoax ended in Virginia. So now what they're doing is, okay, so now the affordability shifts to giveaways. Tax the rich and give the money away to those that they feel are more deserving than those that have some form of money. For instance, let me give you a prime example. In Texas, the state representative, who is the nominee for Texas governor, her plan for affordability is to give every Texan a check for $1,500. That money will come out of their rainy day fund, which she says is plentiful. Well, it's plentiful because the conservatives in Texas manage the state properly. Dan, hold. Hold, please. Dan, hold. They manage the state properly. That's why they have a rainy day fund. So her answer to affordability is to give everybody $1,500 and drain the fund. And then if there's a rainy day or a catastrophe, you, of course, have no money because you gave it away. Right here in Washington, D.C., the communist jihadist mayor candidate that is mayor to be, there's no opposition, she'll win. There's not even, you can't even vote for something, you can write somebody in. That's how bad this city is. We got a communist running for mayor with no opposition, no independent, no Republican, nobody on the ballot. It's like Khrushchev. It's like the Soviet Union. You just win. It's incredible. Mayor DC, no opposition. Funny as hell. Well, she wants to tax businesses here in order to get $500 million for free healthcare, for free, childcare. So businesses are not coming to the city. It's a big problem. And of course, when businesses don't come, well, then the people don't come, which means they don't buy coffee, right? They don't go to lunch. They don't go to dinner. They don't come because they're in Maryland or Northern Virginia or somewhere else. They're not here. So she wants to now tax law firms and lobbyist firms, which are the biggest businesses we have here, in order to get money for free childcare. Until what happens is those businesses start moving out as well, or manipulating their revenue so they don't have to pay the tax. This is just the way the world works. And this is going to go on and on and on. We've got other candidates on the Democratic side calling for universal health care for everybody. How's it going to be paid for? They want to tax the rich. They want to get rid of the one big beautiful bill, the engine of the economic growth in America. They want to rescind that and raise everybody's taxes to give you stuff for free. Free housing, free health care, free child care, free food, free phones. It's all free. This is their plan for affordability. Now, how far will it go? I do not know. There's no doubt that people are not happy with the state of the economy. You know what? If gas could go down to $1 and people would still be unhappy because the media will tell them every day they live a miserable, wretched life in a racist, horrible country that they despise. That's what the media tells them every day. I said this in one of my videos yesterday, and I'm going to say it again, and then we'll move on to the end of the break. Thank you for your patience, Dan. The midterms are not about affordability. They're not about gas prices. They're not about the war in Iran. They're not about the Straits of Hormuz. They're not about the price of oil, the price of fertilizer. They're not about the border. That's been solved. They're not about ICE. Let me tell you what the whole midterms hinge on. Whether you love America or you hate America. That is the defining thing going into this election. Do you agree with the jihadist communist that this is a fraudulent country based on racism, based on exploitation, that should be ripped apart, burned down, and start over? Do you believe that? Do you believe that the flag represents oppression, nationalism, and all bad things? Do you believe that the birth of this country and the founding fathers were illegitimate? They were whores. And they were frauds. Do you believe that? Or do you believe in the greatness of this nation? Do you believe that the founding fathers and this country was put here by God in between two great oceans to be the bastion of liberty and freedom and the light of all mankind? Do you believe that the founding fathers had a gospel-driven, God-driven, Christ-driven inspiration to create something to lift up all mankind? Do you believe that America at its soul is great and good? This is what your votes will determine. Not the price of gas, not some cargo ship caught in the strait with these idiots shooting a drone at it. None of that's going to matter. Israel, it's not going to matter. Do you love this country? Do you believe in this country? Do you believe in the American dream? Or do you detest it, despise it, and want it torn down and reshaped into something unrecognizable? Open borders, 50% of the country foreigners, no government to speak of, tax everything, socialist state, with state elites telling you what to do every step of every day. And they're not that far. I got another ticket yesterday in the mail, much to my chagrin, going 72 miles an hour in a 60-mile-an-hour zone on I-64 between Richmond and New Kent, coming back from the racetrack. Now, I can tell you something, folks. I don't speed because I don't want to get tickets. The speed limit in D.C. is 25 miles an hour. I don't care who's honking at me or who's behind me. I go 25 miles an hour. If the speed limit is 70, I go 70. I just don't want to get a ticket. Not that I'm a goody two-shoes. I just don't want to deal with it. So the speed limit on that part of the road is 65 miles an hour. Until you get to one section where it goes down to 60. So I'm going 70, 72 with every other car there. I'm in the middle lane, right with I'm not passing anybody or not getting passed. I'm just with everybody else. They drop it to 60 and they install cameras all over the interstate. So you see the sign that says 60. If you're not paying attention and you slow down, which is hazardous because you're going 70, because you can basically at 60 normally go about 10 miles over without getting it. But I normally go 65. I happen to be going 72. I get a $100 ticket for one of those cameras. And it just dawned on me last night. I mean, I don't get a lot of these anymore because I just really don't want to deal with it. And I don't drive that much either. But these cameras are all over the place. I mean, we live in a surveillance state. Like before, when you got a ticket, cop came and you had to be speeding and there were lights and license registration. Now they got cameras up. They drop the speed limit. There's a camera. It gets you. You got to pay them $100 and it goes to that Dominion. This is a money-making scheme beyond the pale. Like these red light cameras, the same thing. They don't solve anything. That camera didn't solve anything, but like Ann said, they probably made $1,000 in 20 minutes. I mean, no, she said they probably made $100,000 in 20 minutes because there was probably 100 cars that got the same thing. This is what we're dealing with. We live in a surveillance state. So the Democrats, the communist jihadists are already there. They got all the apparatus in place to surveil everything you do and tax every move you make will be taxed. These are communist jihadists. LCN doesn't want police. Muslim, foreigner. Sorry, I'm going to call these people out. Over and over and over, this is what the Democrats are nominating. Now, he's going to lose Michigan. Mike Rogers is going to beat him. Is Mike Rogers the shining light of our time? No. He's a good guy. And he'll vote with us 85% of the time versus 0. So I'm for that. Same with Collins. But look, folks, I'm telling you, this election is not about ideology now. And it's not about policy. It's about two things. 2, do you love America? Is it worth saving? Or do you hate it and want to tear it down and tear it up by its roots and burn it? And the second thing, it's about putting ballots in boxes with maps. That's it. There's no more ideology here. I'm for this, he's for that, debates. Debates are meaningless. The whole thing is meaningless. I could run for mayor in D.C. and I could debate her 15 times and beat her 15 times. I could raise $5 million, plaster ads all over the city, do mailers, be in every bus. If I ran for mayor here, I would probably raise nationally $5 million. I would get 20% of the vote. That's it. Because they put ballots in boxes, and we have no way to compete with that. We'd have an alternative. Maybe we get 25%, maybe 30 or 35%, but you can't win. Because they know how to get the mail-in ballots, and they know how to put them in an envelope and put them in a box, so we don't. They got ballots in boxes, and whether you love or hate America. And that's why they're going to continue to win these inner cities, and that's why Bannon nailed it. When you devolve into a country with every major urban center controlled by jihadist communists that defy federal law, you have no country left. 0. You know, these surveillance cameras started, I remember when they started, I was in Roswell, Georgia. And you know what? I used to cover the council because I ran the Roswell Beacon or something. It was a paper we started, Ann and I. And I remember when these first came up years ago. And it was, they were only going to be, they were only going to be on the most traveled intersections that have the highest propensity for accidents. And that's where only they were going to be. And it was only going to be a test and only to see if it would actually help the crashes go down and what was for safety and blah, 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 blah. Now, they're all over the place. You live in Washington, D.C., you want to drive here instead of taking the metro? Bad idea. Because as soon as you hit the district limits, 25 miles an hour, all roads, all the time. So like I tell Joe, who still drives around, I don't, 25 miles an hour. Just set your speedometer to that. Just set the speed thing and don't go over it. You can slow down. Don't go over it. Because if you go 32 miles an hour, it's going to cost me $100. Now, the argument that they have is there's very few crashes in D.C. because everybody's going 25 miles an hour. Unfortunately, I can't argue with that because that's true. The data shows that, right? The data shows it. So there is a counter argument for the 25 mile an hour speeding allotment here. But that is very different. See, I have no problem with that because it's 25 miles an hour across the district. You're going to drive in the district. As soon as you hit District of Columbia, 25 miles an hour. My problem was on 64 coming out of New Kent or coming wherever I was going. I don't know what was there, whatever town is there. But they changed it from 65 to 60 for 2 miles to get you. And that's where all the cameras are. And there's no reason to change it other than you got some exits coming up. So they change it. So you get nailed. And then they send you $100. And if you don't pay it, they'll eventually find your car and put the thing on it that goes on the wheels. That's basically what they'll do. Unbelievable. All right. I got off on a tangent, taking your calls, 888-480-JOHN. When I get back, you're on the John Fredericks Media Network. Truth, my friends, and clarity right here. In your heart and in your mind, you know I'm right. You either hate America or you want to preserve it. You either want to tear it down or you believe in it. And that's what this election is going to come down to. That and putting ballots in boxes. That's it. There's no more debates. Debates are irrelevant. Ideologies are irrelevant. Mail is irrelevant. TV ads are irrelevant. It's all irrelevant. This guy in Michigan hates the country. Mike Rogers loves the country. There's your choice. Let me vote for the guy that's a jihadist, Muslim, communist that wants to defund the police and create chaos in the streets. Or let me vote for the guy that loves this country, that served this, is a public servant, is a businessman, that's got a great track record. Who should I vote for? Well, one guy is going to give me stuff for free, the other's not. One guy wants to tear down the country, the other doesn't. One wants to give everything away for free, the other wants you to work. Who should I vote for? John Fredericks Media Network. I cannot put this, my friends, in starker terms. The communist jihadist onslaught is at your doorstep. You better wake up. And when we get back, we'll have some coffee. John Fredericks Media Network, trucking the truth across America.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendment, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's gonna ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to mypillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla.
Trump 2.0 is in full effect. How do you keep up with all the action? I'll tell you. TrumpNationNews.com is your inside source for the inside scoop. Manufacturing, jobs, deportations, and the nation's rejuvenation. The first 100 days and beyond. All the news you need and no liberal gibberish. It's the perfect way to start your day. Sign up for the TNN newsletter. Do it today. TrumpNationNews.com. TrumpNationNews.com. Part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
The Bears are who we thought they were. And that's why we took the damn field. Now, if you want to crown them, then crown their ass. But they are who we thought they were. And we let them off the hook.
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
That was great to have you with us. You're Godzilla of the truth in America. You know what? Let's have a cup of coffee together. I can't wait when I get here, Dan, to get my first sip of 1775 coffee because it is so good. Hang on. Dan, I know you're not a coffee drinker, and I really feel sorry for you because if you were, you would love your 1775. Hang on. Damn! I got to tell you, folks, that is the best coffee I've ever had in my life. There's nothing like that first sip of your first coffee in the morning when it's really good, when it's smooth yet bold, but it has just a little bit of that bite, but it goes down so smooth. That's what you're looking for in a great cup of joe. And 1775 has that, and it's affordable. And the reason I love 1775, and I figured this out, because when I actually talked to the manufacturers of it, I'm like, why is this coffee so good? It's fresh roasted daily, and it comes from Bolivia. It's the best coffee you're ever going to get. 1775 coffee. It's about quality of life. Why go to the 7-Eleven or something? I mean, come on, man. Folgers? Are you kidding me? It's quality of life. And it's affordable. So all you have to do is go to 1775coffee.com, 1775coffee.com. Enjoy that first cup of joe. Promo code Godzilla, 10% off. They got dark roast, they got medium, they got pods, they got beans, they got grounds. I got them all because sometimes I don't have time to grind the beans. I just got to put the grounds in like I'm late, right? I don't have time for that. Sometimes like pot's empty and I just want one cup and then I got to go to the K cup. I don't have time to, I'm not going to brew a pot for one cup. I brew it when I get here. But, I'll grind the beans. I should be grinding them at night. Sometimes I forget, and then I got to go to the ground. So I got all kinds of different things. I like the dark roast, but the medium's good too. The premium's a die for. That's a little bit more expensive. So I have that on like holidays because that's really good. But dark is fine. 1775coffee.com, promo code Godzilla, 10% off. Hang on. Man, Dan, it's great coffee. Outstanding. That's all I can say. One cup, we got you. That's it. Like just one cup. You don't need like boxes. Just buy a box, buy a couple bags, grind them up, brew a cup of coffee, have a sip. We got you. Done. You'll never go back. you'll never go back. Ever. And then when you're traveling around and you got to stop at one of those gas stations, ew, gross. I travel with my 1775 coffee. Like Ann and I are going to the track this weekend. So we stay at the Doubletree in Sandston. That's the hotel we stay at. I bring my Keurig, I bring my 1775 coffee, and I bring my own cream. Yes, I do. I pack it with ice. I put my little Keurig in because I don't want the thing with this that slides in. That's disgusting. And I bring my coffee, and I bring my own little coffee mug thing. That's it. I packed that in my suitcase, along with my medical emergency kit in case something goes down. Okay. We got Tony in Petersburg. Tony, you're live. Go ahead.
No, John, Tony hung up, so just Monty and Rob on the line now.
Well, Tony, call back because I wanted to hear what you had to say about the surveillance cameras. So call back, Tony. And guys, you got to give me, when you call in, I can't get your call in 18 seconds. So give me a little grace here. So Tony, call back because I really did want to hear what you have to say. Line 3, Monty in Florida.
Hey, John, you might remember that we talked before. I'm the guy, I was actually in Tennessee at the time, that tried to remove my local district attorney for failure to prosecute Letitia James and Bragg for election interference.
I remember that.
And
yeah.
I remember, you texted the AG of West Virginia said, hey, here's what this guy's doing. He's using his own money to try to get this prosecutor out. Why can't you do the same thing? And John, let me tell you, I don't know what happened, right? But let me tell you what happened. Nothing. That AG did nothing. Okay. Am I right or wrong?
Right.
Right. Okay. So I'm out here working 103 hours last week, John, in the oil field and the wind farm industry, right? I'm taking home $3,000 a week. It's not every week, but last week it's $3,000, and I'm just about dead broke, John. And you want to know why these young people are turning to communism? We look and we see that the elites are getting rich, and we're out here killing ourselves. And listen, my grandfather and my father, they both had more than I got, and they're not working as much. So when these kids, these young people out here are turning to communism, I can understand it. I can 100%. I don't like it. When I was in high school, I had Americanism versus communism. I know I was in the United States Marine Corps. I've been all over the world. I know the evils of communism, but I cannot blame these young people because they don't want to get out here and work 100 hours a week for nothing. I don't want to do it. So why would they want to do it, John? And we sit here and we have the police, right? They're giving these tickets. It's totally against the Constitution because we either, and what really is funny is about an hour before you came on, I think it was Dan was talking about how our rights are not evolving. The rights we have, they are being eroded by these police who are just going out there and giving you tickets that, like when Terry versus Ohio came out, the interactions with people and police, the violence that has went on from there has just skyrocketed. So these police can pull you out of a car, okay, and for their safety, but we the citizens, we don't have safety. Their safety, which is not in the Constitution, is greater than our safety, which is in the Constitution under the Fourth Amendment, right to free from searches and seizures of our person and property. That is in the Constitution. So these judges like Roberts, who turn around and rule totally unconstitutionally that anybody can come here and have a baby and they are now a citizen. And, I can remember, John, right now in my phone, I've got a picture of Ghislaine Maxwell sitting in the lap of John Roberts, the Chief Justice, and he is not in jail, right? And you wonder why these people are not Republicans? The Republicans refuse to do anything. Why? I voted for Trump twice. The only reason I am not a Republican is because they refuse to fight. They refuse to do anything.
Can you hang on through the break?
Yes, sir, I sure can.
I really want to hear what you have to say. I want to get Monty. Hang through the break. We got Rob in New York. Tony in Petersburg, call back. I want to know what you have about have to say about the surveillance speed cameras, because I think one thing we can all agree on, the surveillance cameras have turned into a tax. These are not for safety. Speeding tickets are for safety. These are not for safety. These are traps that are now a tax. They just confiscate your money for nothing. So it's just a hidden tax. So you're right about that. But Monty, I want to hear what you have to say, and I want to hear when you get back about what the costs are that are different, that are driving you making $3,000 a week and not having any money. Like, where is it coming from? Like, what are the exact costs? What are you paying for now? Substantially more than you were, other than gas, obviously. I think that would be helpful to break that down. So, Monty, stay with us. Also, we got Rob and Tony Colback and anybody else. 888-480-JOHN. This is a community. I want to hear from you.
The president has harsh words for the Iranian leadership.
As far as I'm concerned, it's just a waste of time dealing with them. They're liars. We make a deal. And if I make a deal with him, we have a deal, and he goes out, he talks. We make a deal. Everyone's agreed. No nuclear weapon. We make a deal. They go outside, talk to the press. They say, we never even talked about it.
Along with the military action, the U.S. has revoked a license authorizing the sale of Iranian oil, and oil prices are on the rise this morning. More troubling allegations surface against a Democratic U.S. Senate candidate.
There are growing calls for Graham Plattner to drop out of the race in Maine. This comes after an ex-girlfriend of Plattner is alleging that he broke into her house almost 5 years ago and sexually assaulted her. The woman coming forward with specific details in interviews with Politico and CNN. New York Senators Democrats Chuck Schumer and Kirsten Gillibrand urging Plattner to leave the race. Plattner has a July 13th deadline to drop out in order for Democrats to replace him on the ballot. Laura Winters reporting.
In New York City, it appears that crews have managed to stabilize a Midtown Manhattan high-rise. Buckling columns and sagging floors at the construction site forced evacuations yesterday in and around the building. The building's a former Pfizer headquarters. It's now being converted to luxury apartments. On Wall Street, the Dow futures are down. Blue chip futures down about 564 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Hey, I'm Kirk Cameron. Is health insurance eating up your budget for 2026? If you're looking for ways to better steward your finances, consider this: Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's a health insurance alternative at half the cost. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. While insurance companies tell you when to join, what to pay, and where to go, CHM is different. As a ministry, CHM allows you to share the burden of medical bills with other Christians. You can enroll, switch programs, or leave at any time. Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's a world of difference. CHM has 4 flexible programs. You can pick any certified doctor, surgeon, or hospital that you want for eligible care. So make the switch. Take your paycheck back from health insurance this year. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. That's chministries.org/wellness.
On it goes.
A Russian attack on Kyiv has taken the life of a woman and injured 2 more people, according to the city's administration. Ukraine's state emergency service says the Russian attack damaged several administrative buildings and warehouses, as well as a garage complex and several city trams. Ukraine's Air Force reports Russia fired 169 long-range strike drones and 7 missiles, including 5 ballistics, at the country last night. Air defences shot down or jammed 139 of the drones, while all 5 ballistic missiles and 20 drones inflicted damage at 15 locations. Meanwhile, on the sidelines of the NATO summit in Ankara, Turkey, President Volodymyr Zelensky has met with Italy's Premier Giorgia Meloni. During the meeting, Meloni reaffirmed Italy's support for Ukraine and for a just and lasting peace in the conflict with Russia. I'm Charles de la Tesma.
News and analysis at townhall.com. Most might agree it's a rather unusual sport.
Virtual Taekwondo gaining popularity as a structured competitive discipline in Southeast Asia. The sport combines VR technology with traditional techniques to bring on tech-savvy young people. Athletes wear VR headsets and motion sensors in the non-contact matches. Unlike conventional Taekwondo, the virtual matches are not separated by age or weight. Jason Walker reporting.
And here we go again with Greenland. Denmark vowing to defend the territory after President Trump suggested that the U.S. should control Greenland. The statement came during that NATO summit taking place in Turkey. The meeting meant to emphasize unity among the allies. Denmark's prime minister says that Greenland has a right to self-determination and is not for sale. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Van Hillary has fought for America before, and he's ready to do it again. As an Air Force navigator in Desert Storm, Van's mission was simple: chart the course, stay on mission. When he came home to Tennessee, he won an election nobody thought a Republican could win. Then he did it again and again. For almost a decade, America First conservative Van Hillary has fought the radical left, stood with President Trump, and never folded, securing our border, cutting taxes, and bringing jobs to Tennessee.
Radical Democrats are trying to hijack our country. President Trump needs a conservative fighter who knows how to win. I'll keep fighting to help President Trump finish what he started, keeping our border secure, growing our economy, and destroying the woke agenda. I'm Van Hillary, and I approve this message because I'm standing with President Trump to get America back on mission.
America First conservative Van Hillary. He's never folded, and he never will. Paid for by Van for Tennessee.
Ponder this. We sometimes hear newly married couples discuss their future life as a family. Often this leads to discussions on the number of children they are planning to have. Typically, the number of children ranges from none to 2 or 3. Family life can be planned thanks to birth control and abortion. But the reality is that God has a birth control plan already established for those who love Him and trust in Him. We are called to live a life of chastity according to our state in life. If you are called to a married life, being open to life according to God's plan is a great gift and probably the greatest challenge in today's modern world. It starts by selecting a spouse who puts God and family first. Then, trust in God's birth control plan where parents are open to life and provide a sanctuary of faith for their family. Allow God, the author of life, to plan your family. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are a $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show.
Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man Clint Eastwood would never tell to make his day, John Fredericks.
I tell you what, if there's anything I love about affordability, it's my Patriot Mobile phones. You know, we just had Monty on. He's going to come back. We got Phil Klein, we got Rob, we got other callers. We're packed, but you're trying to save money all over the place, right? When I look for something like my 1775 coffee, I look for quality and value. And if I get that, I'm all in, right? If I can save money and get better quality, and that's what I get with Patriot Mobile and Glenn Story. Not only that, a portion of whatever they make goes to support Christian conservative causes, not woke libtard stuff that I have no idea what they're doing with it. So that, to me, Patriot Mobile is the biggest no-brainer in history for your mobile devices. And I got 3 phones, and I got Patriot Mobile. Why? Because I'm going to save money. I mean, right now, I think I'm at $58 a month on all of them. All 3, I think one's 58, one's 49. And the thing that they do is, if you buy a program and you're not using it, they call you up. They actually call you up and say, hey, you know what? Go to this other program. We can save you $12 a month. Like, who the hell does that? They only do it because they care about their customers. That's why I love Patriot Mobile. And their service is phenomenal. And I get a BOGO. So I'm getting 2 services with the price of 1. Plus, they answer the phone. Plus, they save me money. Plus, the service is great. This is the biggest no-brainer in phone history. I love these guys. I love Glenn Story, Scott Colburn, their team, Alexa, all of them. They're great people, and they care about us. And so you got a phone right now. You want to save money. You want to get better service and get 2 carriers for the price of 1, so it changes the bars automatically. I urge you to check these guys out. Go to patriotmobile.com, promo code Godzilla, get you 2 carriers for the price of 1. That's number 1 thing you get. You know what the second thing you get is? Free activation. Doesn't cost you anything. Everything is done over the cloud. You spend 10 minutes with them over the phone. They change everything. Your services change, your carriers change, but everything is the same. Nothing changes but your bill. It goes down. That's all that changes. It's unbelievable. Just go to patriotmobile.com, promo code Godzilla. Save that money. Get the 2 carriers, or you can call them. So I know some people, they like the phone. I like the phone. Everybody knows, I like the phone. I got even Tina's now answering the phone, Dan. Well, she doesn't really answer it. I have to text her, and then she answers. But it's better. She answers the phone once in a while. Better than nothing. I love when he answers. I'm a phone guy. So look, all you got to do is go to patriotmobile.com, promo code Godzilla, or you can call them at 972-PATRIOT, 972-PATRIOT. Here's what I love about Phil Klein that's coming up. When Phil Klein has an issue or he wants to do something, he calls me up. He doesn't send me this long text. I don't have time for that. Read 2-page email. Who the hell's got time for that? I want to talk to him. He calls me up and we have a convo. Plus, when you call up and you have a conversation, I can ask about his grandbaby. I can ask about his daughter. I can ask about his wife. We talk about the Chiefs. It's like a relationship. You can't get on text. Pick up the phone, answer the phone, you're good to go. Patriot Mobile, 972-PATRIOT, 972-PATRIOT. If I called Glenn Story right now on the air, he'd answer the phone. CEO. I love that guy. PatriotMobile.com, promo code Godzilla, 972-PATRIOT, promo code Godzilla. All right, Monty, we're jammed up today, but I wanted to get to the end. I didn't want to cut you off. We had to go to the top of the hour. Monty from Florida. So the surveillance cameras are a tax. We get that. They're horrible. But you make $3,000 a week. You work your ass off 100 hours a week. You make $3,000, but you're broke. What is the cost that are driving the fact that you make $3,000 a week and have no money? What are the costs that are so much higher now that you're experiencing in Florida?
Well, John, I'm sure you realize that since we went off the gold standard, the value of our dollar has dropped 88%, right?
Yes.
And that was during what's his name? Now I can't even remember his name. President Nixon.
Nixon,
and,
right.
you know, of course, a Republican. Yeah. And, you know, like, for example, car insurance, life insurance, my house is a $1,600 mortgage, and I send my wife $1,000 a week, or I try to. I usually can't even get that. And there's a $3,000 that's gone, John. It's gone. You know, we got a bill or two for an emergency room services. She went down, took my kid down to the doctor to get, because he had a high fever like kids always do. The doctor said, no, we're not going to see you. You got to go to the emergency room. So because she didn't understand how the system worked, that they were just trying to rip her off and, you know, put more money into their system, she went to the emergency room. Well, there's your $3,000. Now we got to pay that off. So it's just one thing after another, John, and the stakes, anything that you buy nowadays is really expensive. And I love how they just kick out food and energy from the consumer price index. That is just absolutely ridiculous, John. And they keep getting away with it. So, you know, I really don't see why anybody would be a Republican when you start looking at all the policies the Republicans have done. I'm a Democrat. I know I hate all these Democrats. I hate the communists, but at least I'm not getting stabbed in the back because I know I got to keep them all out in front of me, and I hate them all, right? With the Republicans, they're going to pat you on the back and stick the knife in. You know, it was, who was it? McCain, Romney, McConnell, three big Republicans, along with Schumer and Pelosi. These people let all the Muslims in because we used to have a law that said they cannot come in because they're going to destroy the country. And we keep seeing that, John. The Republicans are the ones going to stab you in the back. Look at Thune. I can't believe that the Republicans let McConnell pick his replacement. What kind of crap is that? So, you know, no matter which way we go, the way I look at it, the Republicans are actually worse than the Democrats because they're lying to you that they're your friend. And you can't correct the country when we have people like that. Polly Pockets, Johnson, he stabbed Trump in the back as soon as he could in 2000, right? So why Trump is always nice to these people, I have no idea. But from the way I see him, he's too nice. He's not putting these people on trial for treason. Those 5 people that signed an order to let foreigners come in here, drop a kid, and that kid has rights. That's treason, John, because it says in the Constitution, domicile. I know what domicile means. You know what domicile means. Of course, these lawyers know what it means, so they're going against the Constitution. And the last time I looked at it, that was treason. And nothing's getting done, John. Your thoughts?
I cannot dispute what you're saying about the lack of results from the Republican establishment that are in charge of the Senate and a lot of them in the House that are obstructionists. So I really can't argue with that. I also can't argue with your frustration with the Epstein files. I happen to agree with that. So on those issues, we agree. I don't think the communists are the answer, and I don't think you do either, but I do agree with you on why young people are moving. They don't understand the horrors of it. They don't understand how bad it really is, but it looks good on the outside, and they've been taught that America's bad and America's awful and, you know, capitalism is bad and they've been exploited. So that's what they've been taught in school. And so you get these people that come up and say, I'm just going to give you money. And it sounds good because none of them have any idea where the money comes from or then what happens after it stops, because then you have the riots. So, look, I appreciate your sharing that, Monty. And I love when Democrats call the show so that we have an understanding of what you're feeling, because a lot of us are feeling your pain. I mean, to work 100 hours a week and make $3,000 and then you get up the next day and the money is gone, it's very frustrating. I mean, we own a company, we go through the whole thing. It doesn't matter what our revenue is. At the end of the month, we have no money. At the end of the month, we're broke. Like, if we paid the bills and everything is paid, great. I mean, it's every single month. And it doesn't matter because it just goes. and everything is expensive. I mean, the power bills we're getting now, I mean, I don't know how people pay this because we own all these radio stations, so we got to pay for the power in these towers. Our power bills in the last 3 years have doubled plus, doubled. You ought to see what we're paying in West Virginia since we bought those stations at 2 years ago. They've doubled. I don't know what the hell's going on, but you got to pay the power bill or you're off the air, right? And you don't have a choice like, well, I'm not going to Mon Power. I'll pick this other power company. No, they don't service the area. So that's it. I mean, it's incredible. So I feel your pain. I think a lot of people are frustrated with a lack of their upward mobility as hard as they work. So I think you're onto something. And I want to thank you for the call and thank you for sharing that with us. And I hope you take a breath. I know it seems bad right now, but before you vote for the communists, just take a breath. And maybe if we can get the right Republicans in there, you can feel better about what we've done. But I feel your frustration and your pain. And thank you for the call, Monty. And good luck. And call back. Tell me how you're making out. All right. Thank you. All right, Monty in Florida. We got to get to Phil Klein here. We'll get Rob in a couple of minutes. Phil Klein, great to have you with us. Thanks for
Good morning.
As always. So, Phil, I hear your grandbaby crying in the background.
I think that's a peacock that you're hearing,
it's a
John.
peacock. Okay, well, I thought it was
Yeah.
a grandbaby. All good. Listen, let's start. I don't know where to start here, but I'm going to get you sucked in here in the culture wars and then how we what my narrative was earlier. So I want to get your comments on that. This guy Plattner. Phil, two people came out accusing him of sexual abuse and alleged rape. The New York Times reported it. It went nowhere because the accusers were accused of being Trump's voters and Republicans. So I guess if you're Republican and you get sexually abused, then I guess they look the other way. I'm not sure what the right words are to say on the radio. I'm not sure, but it's not good. Then a liberal comes out and a Democrat comes out and she was sexually abused and alleged rape, and now he's got to get out of the race. So, help define this all for us, Professor Phil Klein.
John, there's a fundamental different approach to the structure of government and to life that you see through a socialism or Marxist angle compared to a liberty and freedom angle. Marxists and socialists are collectivists. There's collective identity. There is a collective decision making. In other words, the individual becomes the means to achieve something. So Plattner is a means to gain power to be able to structure society until he becomes disposable in that means. In other words, he is no longer operable. He's got a failing that is recognized and he might lose, so we discard him. And we use people as means in a collectivist thought pattern. America was built on individualism and that there is self-responsibility. And in that framework, you offer essentially a greater grace. You have to acknowledge the wrong, not try to hide from it, not do this false apology, but acknowledge what you did and then repent and work towards a restoration in society. It's a profound different approach to things. Unfortunately, our culture has kind of lost its way. I was listening earlier, and you, I think, framed things correctly about hate America, love America. You know, America has been the enemy of socialist thought, collectivist thought for about 75 years. The most prominent opposition to Marxist ideology. And so, therefore, those who believe that government is the solution to all problems see America as the enemy. It's pretty darn clear that America is the problem if you believe that socialism or Marxism or collectivism or government action can solve all problems. And the divide is more stark than it has been in a long, long time. 2/3 of Democrats have a favorable impression of socialism. Now that's truly stunning. In fact, their impression of socialism is higher in the favorability rating than their belief in capitalism. In other words, in entrepreneurism, in building your own future. And so you see that within the Democratic Party and their candidates. On the Republican side, there's still a pretty strong focus on individual liberty and freedom and support of America. There is a reduced faith, however, in the church. And the problem with that is if you don't have an external place to place your faith for things you can't control, you generally place it in government. And increasingly, America is worshiping government, believing government can solve all these problems. And if you place your hope there, you turn over your wealth, you turn over your future to government. And in this context, we don't have context. You know, American youth, for example, they are not explained their situation. It's not explained to them in the context of the world. They don't see themselves compared to other nations in the world, other youth in the world. Do they have more or greater opportunity as it compared to the rest of the world? They don't see that. They only see their need, which is exploited into fear or hope to commodify it and to capitalize on it and to monetize it. And so there's no context. The media gives them no context to these problems. Secondly, we don't have any memory. You know, what happened in education and why the student loan problem has expanded, that the youth can't pay off their student loans, that their degrees are worthless, is because government got in the business of guaranteeing student loans in the first place. And when it did, it disjoined the higher education program from the consumer. And the higher education program started to proliferate in these worthless degrees because they did not have to respond to the market. They only had to get approval for government to guarantee the loans for those programs. And additionally, they raised tuition with the student loan guarantees. So in other words, that government money didn't flow to benefit the student, it flowed to benefit higher education and created these enclaves of degree programs and so forth, which have no relevance to the marketplace and are not marketable for students who have them. And so they come out of school with all this debt. They've created nice little offices for these professors in these specialized degree programs, and they have no applicable skills. Government created that problem, and now we're going right back to government to solve the problem. And this cycle continues and continues because we have no memory, we have no context in the decisions that we make.
How do we get out of this?
Well, I've often said America is one crisis away from disaster or one crisis away from success. The crisis is internal. We're going to have to make a choice. What is the role of government and what is not the role of government? We've avoided that choice because, honestly, technology has increased our capacity for productivity. So technology has enhanced our productivity beyond the cultural forces that diminish it right now. And our economy is unbelievable, and it distributes wealth significantly still, despite all of its problems. And so that has papered over the crisis that we have to face. Why do we have government? What is its role? What purpose does it serve? We don't ask those questions. We just respond to pressure points, and that creates factionalism and divide. And we have to fundamentally ask the question, is government our God or not?
That's the fundamental question, Phil, at the end of the day. It's kind of what I was saying earlier. I mean, what do you believe? And the tragedy of what you saw on 250, which was a beautiful celebration of this great country. But I was saying this yesterday, Phil, that the 250 celebration was so intense for so many patriots, so many people across the country that love America, that the far left, the communists, the socialists, the jihadists, the people that hate the country, like they couldn't take it. they imploded. Like they got through the 1st of July, they kind of got through the 2nd, They got to the third and they started unraveling when they saw all this love and patriotism outflowing. That's why they were rooting against the United States soccer team. They wanted us to get beat. They couldn't take that either. They couldn't stand it. And they started unraveling at the seams all over the place. And then they started, I hate the flag and it's oppressive. And when I see the flag, I need a safe space. That's what somebody was saying on the View or something. Then you got this people in the New York Times saying they couldn't celebrate it. They couldn't celebrate. They were sickened by it because they thought about our past and like, how can we celebrate that? I mean, like they got through the first 2 days and couldn't get to July 3rd. Then they started hoping the United States soccer team would lose. I mean, I've never seen anything like that. Now they're rooting for Iran. The Mandamis, or somebody, Elizabeth Warren's intern somebody that works in her office, went to Iran to go to the funeral for the Ayatollah, and she was spewing off how great he was for Iran and how liberating he was. They're shooting people on the street and hanging up their wrestlers because they don't. It's like they can't take it. I don't know what's going to happen here, Phil, but I'm telling you, 250 framed everything. Either you believe in us or you don't, and I think that is what is going to go into the midterms, Phil.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there, John. And when I served in government, one of the things that I was most concerned about is when I met a colleague who was an elected official who vested their identity in their position rather than have their own identity through the meaningful relationships you have in life, where you place your faith and so forth. Because those persons were changeable and malleable and terrified and responded to whatever pressure there is. I actually think that more and more Americans place their identity in this volatile context of political discussion rather than in the meaning of their own lives. And when that happens, in any opposition, any difference of opinion becomes a threat to identity. And then you become outraged and you cannot allow it. You cannot live in that reality that maybe your ideas are wrong. Your identity becomes fragile, and therefore we have no dialogue. We can't dialogue across the chasm because it's all, you're not American, or you are American, or you're this, or you're that, and there is no dialogue. And when that breaks down, when a free society loses its ability to discuss things, then there is a deep and abiding concern about what might happen.
Can you hold for a couple minutes through the break, Phil?
Yeah.
Also, I need you to guest host for me when I go on vacation. Can I send you the dates?
I didn't hear you, John. I'm sorry. I'm having problems with my sound.
Oh, okay. We'll be right back.
You might have to text it to me.
Concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, oh, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
Trump 2.0 is in full effect. How do you keep up with all the action? I'll tell you. TrumpNationNews.com is your inside source for the inside scoop. Manufacturing, jobs, deportations, and the nation's rejuvenation. The first 100 days and beyond. All the news you need and no liberal gibberish. It's the perfect way to start your day. Sign up for the TNN newsletter. Do it today. TrumpNationNews.com. TrumpNationNews.com. Part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Salty. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Salty almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Sol-T. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Sol-T, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
Marcus was absolutely awful. That's about as PG rated as I can say it. He was awful. Our guards were awful. Our 3 starting guards had 1 assist and 7 turnovers. They must think it's a tax credit. It's unbelievable how our starting guards played. And let's talk about our big guys. 2 for 11. How can you go 2 for 11? My wife can score more than 2 buckets on 11 shots because I know my wife will at least shot fake 1 time. But those guys aren't listening. They're uncoachable right now.
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America.
It's Godzilla!
No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
You got him here on the John Fredericks Media Network. Great to have you with us. Don't forget all of this up on YouTube about noon. All of our callers, all of our segments, our whole show, plus every single individual guest is on. Plus we got shorts up there. Just go to YouTube, our YouTube channel. Go to YouTube, John Fredericks Media. Don't put in John Fredericks Show. You get the old one from like 7 years ago. You don't want to do that. John Fredericks Media. Get that. You're good to go. John Fredericks Media. Everything is up there. Dan puts it up about noon. Good job, Dan. And so far, we're on track today. Let's see. We got Phil Klein on, and I wanted to take a call. Phil, thanks for staying with us. We've got, Vic in Florida and Rob in New York. Let's start with Vic. Vic, go ahead. You're live with John and Phil Klein, college professor at Liberty University, former AG, Kansas. Go ahead, Vic.
Good morning. Good morning, Phil, and good morning, John. One of your earlier callers alluded to, you were talking about how young people might be enticed by communism. And I think that one of the reasons that people might be enticed by communism is because our representative republic seems to be breaking down in certain places. You know, you have a situation in the United States Senate right now where the president can't seem to get the Senate to do anything. And you've also got a situation up in Maine where a very popular candidate who received 156,000 votes in a primary is being told that he must resign. And he has till Monday to do that. Now, my wife and I just left Maine, and when we were up there, this primary, this man, Graham Plattner, whatever you want to say about him, seems to have ignited kind of a prairie fire of support throughout southern Maine. And now 156,000 people who voted for him are being told that their vote didn't count and that their candidate has to resign because a woman is making a claim against him, which he's already changed, and because apparently another woman says he doesn't like to wear condoms. This is absurd. This is absurd on its face.
Just to help you out here, Vic. Good call. Nothing to do with the women or the allegations. There were 2 allegations that were in the New York Times 2 weeks ago. Those went nowhere. You know why? Because he was winning. They got new polls out before this other allegation came out, where he was down by 5. Collins is going to beat him. So they looked at it and said, time to go and get a new candidate, just like they did with Biden. So they force him out of the race. They anoint somebody else. They give that person money. And if his poll numbers held, nobody would have said a word. They would have defended him. That's what happened. Has nothing to do with this woman in Politico, because we had 2 of them in the New York Times that essentially said the same thing, and it went nowhere because he was ahead. Now he's losing. Now they dump him. That's what happened. Vic, Phil, go ahead.
Graham Plattner.
Go ahead. Vic,
John, I think, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I see it in a broader context, I believe, and that is that for about 75 years, the United States has drifted towards government solutions for all problems. President Eisenhower, and most of your listeners probably have heard of this, he warned about the military-industrial complex that was growing that would control governmental policy through its assertion of force through wealth. But the next paragraph, he spoke of the scientific technical community taking over government and a threat to accountable government by a growing number of experts who believe that they, in an unaccountable fashion, should be able to make decisions that impact directly the individual and family decisions of Americans by controlling policy. And that's what we have today. We have a vast complex of NGOs and government agencies that operate primarily independent of the American political structure. Now, the Supreme Court is pushing back on that. And Congress has been inept, but it's trying to tackle some of that. President Trump has definitely tried to push back on that. But the problem is the American people have shifted their worship from God to government. They have shifted their faith from small business and the local institutions to government at the same time that their trust has diminished in all of these various institutions. And the result of that is we continuously demand a government solution to a problem that government can't solve. And when government acts and destroys or harms the actual aim that we have, we seek another government solution to fix the problem that government created in the first place. And that cycle has reached, and unfortunately, a peak at a time when all of our communication is breaking down. This darn thing reinforces all of our thoughts, creates silos, and actually monitors our conduct and our beliefs so it could feed us what we're seeking rather than challenge us in our thinking. And because of that, it keeps us separated. And politicians have learned that you create fear and false hope in order to motivate people to act. And so it's all about this curated or false outrage. And the only way we're going to stop it is if we grow up and act like adults and reject it and demand better. So It's a real existential challenge. Biden talked about MAGA being a threat to democracy. By the way, we're not a democracy. We're a representative republic. Thank God we're not a democracy, because then my free speech rights could be removed by a showing of hands. We believe in individualism and liberty, and that there's a higher moral authority than government that grants us our value, and that is Almighty God. That's the foundation of this free society. And so we must return there. We must return to community, to family, to faith. Our founders said that's the only way that this system is going to work. I think they were right.
I'll give you the final word, Vic from Florida.
Yes, gentlemen, I'd like to introduce an uncomfortable truth. In the June 9th primaries in Maine, Graham Plattner got 156,000 votes. He beat a sitting governor, two-term governor, almost 4-1. In the Republican primary, if all of the votes together, including those of Bobby Charles, the leading Republican candidate, did not exceed 100,000 votes. You're telling those 156,000 people who voted for Graham Plattner that their vote is irrelevant by forcing him to resign over these allegations. I'm not a defendant of Graham Plattner, but the Weimar Republic broke down. It was a representative democracy, Phil, and you're a student of history like I am. It broke down because the system didn't work anymore, and the chancellor had to run the country on the basis of emergency decrees. We're seeing some of those elements right now in the United States Senate. And when you tell a bunch of young people who voted for somebody that they haven't decided who they're voting for, that their vote doesn't count, they're being disenfranchised. And that's what's happening right here.
Why is anybody surprised? I mean, how many votes did Kamala Harris get from Democrat delegates?
None.
That's their party. Their party is based upon these collectivist objectives, and not anything as it relates to the individual. The candidates of the Democrat Party are not the people who are calling the shots. It's the money structure behind them.
Okay, Vic, thank you. Point well made. Let's get to the final caller for Phil. Rob in New York. John and Phil. Rob, go.
Good morning.
Good morning, Rob.
Good morning, Professor Klein.
Good morning.
I wanted to say real quick on a couple things. One, with the Iran situation, I had a feeling it was going to break down like that because, you can't trust these guys. But I give President Trump a tremendous amount of credit for trying the diplomatic way and for doing something that no other U.S. president would do in almost 50 years. The other thing I wanted to say you were talking about in the first hour was with those cameras. Total money grab. Here in New York, where I am outside of the city, we have a lot of those at the red light cameras. But I was down in Queens a few months ago, right by St. John's University. And next thing I know, about a week or two later, I get a ticket in the mail from New York City. Apparently a speed camera got me in a school zone.
Yeah.
I didn't even think I was even going that fast because you really can't speed on the streets, especially in that area.
They figured out how to tax people that don't even live there. This is all a revenue grab. I mean, they figured it out, and they changed the speed limits to trap you, which is what I was complaining about earlier on 64 going to the racetrack from 285 in Virginia. I mean, it's 65, and then for no reason it's 60, and that's where the cameras are. I mean, it's a complete money grab. The district is different. You go into the district, it's 25 miles an hour, period. Doesn't matter where you are. They don't change. But a lot of people are driving in from Virginia and Maryland. They don't realize it's 25. As soon as you hit this district, if you're going 40 miles an hour, it's $100. You can get 3 tickets on the same road for $100 a piece. You can be charged $300 because you're going 40 into 25 just inside the district. And you got to pay it or they will tow your car. I mean, it's quite the grab. No doubt. Rob. Rob, anything else?
Yeah, the other thing I wanted to say is what Vic called in on, and Vic reminds me of my dad, who's a retired school teacher as well. I don't know. It's what's coming through the K through 12 education. They're indoctrinating these kids. There's no love of freedom and of liberty, like what Professor Klein talks about and like what other folks talk about. They don't do it. We're told that, America's bad, capitalism is evil. It's the rich guy ripping off the poor guy. America was founded on slavery. America wasn't founded on slavery. Slavery, as disgusting as it was a global thing back then. At least our country opened the door to getting rid of it. And we did. We fought our bloodiest war was the Civil War. And slavery was a part of that, ending it, that is. So I don't get it. I don't get why there's no love of this country.
No.
This country was great. I'm the son and grandson of immigrants on my dad's side. Same thing with my wife on both of her parents' sides. We revere this country. I mean, the world would be a horrible place without America.
Mm-hmm.
Why the hell would I want to take us back to some communist S-hole? It makes no sense.
Because you're going to get,
and my teenagers understand.
You're going to get free money. Governor of Texas is going to give everybody $1,500. Syed in Michigan is going to get rid of all the police. So basically, you can rob and loot whenever you want. Just take whatever you want. I mean, it goes on from there, right? My incoming mayor here, Janice Lewis George, she's going to tax every company in the district in order to get $500 or $1 billion or something for free health care for all the parents here, for anybody that has a kid, they get free health care. And of course, that'll drive businesses out, and then the money dries up. But in the meantime, you get it. So this is why they're winning. They're promising money for nothing. And so people are taking it because they're saying, well, things are unaffordable. All right, I got to give Phil Klein the final word, and then we got to bounce. Go ahead.
Well, John, I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that now our youth are taught that their environmental and genetic accidents, who they become and who they are, is totally dependent upon external forces. And that really renders them as victims that walk around aggrieved and then gives a sense of entitlement, demanding a government solution. They're not taught that they have not a contingent value, but an intrinsic value by something greater than them and even greater than government. And that will enable them to make decisions and choices that better their lives and that they will grow and learn from this. Now, it's our education system and our culture teaches that you have to demand and scream and yell and then take from somebody else to be able to obtain what you immediately desire. And in that culture, there's no room for agreement. There's only room for power struggles. And that is the challenge that we have. We've lost sense of community. We've lost a faith in family. And we believe that all of this is decided by government and by these cultural forces beyond our control. It is not. And we have to come back to self-responsibility and faith.
I want to thank Phil Klein for being with us today. I want to thank our callers, Vic from Florida, Rob from New York. Thanks for joining in. Thanks, guys. We'll see us soon. You want to follow Professor Klein. Phil, where do you go?
Hashtag Phil D. Klein.
Pretty easy. Hashtag Phil D. Klein. Doesn't stand for Chiefs or Royals, though. What's the D stand for?
The Royals? We're in last. We're 10 games out. We're still playing baseball.
Good news is there'll be no baseball in 27 with the strike, so the Royals will have a chance to retool. Although you might have the best player in the major leagues in Bobby Witt. I mean, I saw that guy the other day. I don't know. I bet the Phillies, and I think they beat him. This guy, just to watch this guy, Bobby Witt, this guy's incredible. I mean,
he's fun.
He steals bases. He hits. He's probably the best defensive shortstop there is. He's got power. I mean, I love watching him.
He is a joy
I bet the other team, because I bet against the Royals on a consistent basis because they suck. But he's just fun to watch. He's a great ball player, and he's a great young man. I mean,
he is a good man.
Yeah, so
absolutely.
you got something to build around. You got good pitching. I don't know why.
We signed him to a long-term
Yeah.
contract, so we saved him from the Yankees swooping him up, which is what
Yeah.
typically happens. The Yankees or the Dodgers or somebody like that.
You got some good young arms there. They haven't put it together. Just one of those seasons. But 27, you guys will get to retool while we all watch minor league baseball. Thanks, Phil.
All right, thank you.
Okay. I know they did beat the crap out of Philly 15-1. I did see that. I didn't bet that game after I got beat on Sunday. Let's get to author Wayne Barnes is in the waiting room with us. Wayne, sorry for the delay. Good to have you with us, sir.
It's good to be here. Thank you very much.
Wayne, tell us about your background and tell us about your book.
I was raised a poor boy in Philadelphia, but I was able to get to Penn State and go over for law. I went to the FBI right after that, which was 1971. I just had my 79th birthday, I'm happy to say. I do a handstand every birthday. I post pictures, which is good. In the FBI, I worked counterintelligence. I'd had Spanish in high school and French in college. In the Bureau, they give you a language aptitude test during training. Because I already knew two Romance languages, I scored well. After a couple of years, they sent me to the Monterey Defense Language Institute in California, and they taught me Romanian. When they first told me they wanted me to learn Romanian, I had to find a map, which is where I stood in Romania. Anyway, they were, in 9 months, you come up with a basic limba, and now I speak this language. So that meant my career would be in counterintelligence in the Bureau. And the place to work, counterintelligence, catching spies for a living, is Washington, D.C. So for 10 years or so, I worked in the Eastern Bloc countries, especially Romania, but also Czechoslovakia, Poland. And it was exciting. It was wonderful. We were able to recruit intelligence officers in the embassies, services. We used sources. I had a niche in debriefing defectors, everything from Romanian generals to KGB colonels. I became the office. That's the deal. I worked on an undercover set of assignments. They had a squad, which was 3 CIA case officers, 3 FBI agents, called Courtship, with the sole goal of recruiting intelligence officers from the Soviet Union, the KGB and GRU. And that was doing that for a few years. In 1990, I had a daughter who was born with spina bifida, and the doctors in Washington said, "Is the Children's Hospital in San Diego?" So I left all of what I've just told you behind, and we transferred to San Diego in 1990. There, of course, I thought I would have no more spies for a living at all. Fraud and backgrounds on federal judges, a lot of things. And then in 1998, I got a call from a dear friend back in Washington on a Sunday morning, which is infrequent. And he said, "Mike and Dave and I are coming out on Tuesday. Don't tell anybody." So different. Met them at a hotel on Tuesday, and they got down to business. And they said, "We have a penetration of the FBI. Someone's giving our secrets to the Russians. There's a mole in the FBI." And there was a Russian who was assigned to their embassy in the 80s who knows the identity. He has seen the face of the. They said, "We want you to," in a couple of months, they said, "We want you to get some kind of backstopping cover, like a film finance or something like that. Go to the film festival, find this Russian, Ivan, find the man, meet him, befriend him, recruit him, and then show him photos of a dozen senior FBI agents who we suspect might be the one selling our secrets to the Russians, and then have him point out a photo." Now, when a Russian is assigned to the U.S., to the embassy during the Cold War, it was a tour of duty, and it was almost impossible to recruit someone in 4 years because there were 2 superpowers. They thought theirs was the best superpower, so why would they want to, talk to me? So eventually I asked, "How long do I have to do this?" And they said, "Well, the festival lasts for 8 days. So we went to Russia in 8 days and have him point out the spy in the FBI. That was my Mission Impossible. You see in Tom Cruise's movies where he has to jump out of airplanes and motorcycles off cliffs, but his obstacles were all physical, whereas mine was a psychological issue, try to get through the mind. It took many months, and it went differently than we would have thought, but it turned out well. And eventually he got a photo. And a couple of years later, Robert Hansen, the traitor in the FBI, was arrested, and he went to jail for the rest of his life. So that's the essence. My book is called A Traitor in the FBI, The Hunt for a Russian Mole, which is it. So when you have a case like this, the concepts are the hunt, the kill, and the feast. And the hunt is all that I ever do. A SWAT team can come in and people at headquarters can celebrate, open the bubbly, but I just go back for the next hunt. That's my psychology. So that's the essence of what I've got.
Can you stay with us for a couple minutes, Wayne Barnes, through the break? And I just want you to tell the story of 8 days, how you recruited the Russian diplomat, what level he was at, and how you recruited him, just for a couple minutes, maybe five minutes after the break. Can you do that?
I would be glad to, yes.
All right, Wayne, hang with us. Dan, when we get back, no music. I'm just talking to Dan. No music, go straight to the intro. And we'll finish up with Wayne, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
WJFN W224EB 92.7 FM Chester, W299DB 107.7 Bonaire, 100.5 FM Goochland, and WJFB.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. President Trump says that while in his view the Iran ceasefire is over, negotiations can continue. This after the latest exchange of fire between the U.S. and Iran.
The U.S. military launched strikes on Iran early Wednesday. U.S. Central Command says it was to impose heavy costs after it says Tehran struck 3 ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Targets included Iranian air defense systems, radars, and more than 60 small boats used by the paramilitary Revolutionary Guard to harass ships in the strait. The U.S. also revoked a license that had authorized the sale of Iranian oil. Iran immediately warned Washington it would take whatever measures it deems necessary, and apparently retaliated with strikes targeting Bahrain, home to the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet, and Kuwait, home to U.S. Army forces. I'm Ben Thomas.
Senators Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren among the latest Graham Plattner backers to suggest that the Democrat drop out of the U.S. Senate race in Maine. At this week's preliminary hearing, lawyer Sir Charlie Kirk's accused assassin questioning DNA evidence presented by the prosecution. Emergency teams are racing against time in Venezuela, where 2 powerful earthquakes have left widespread devastation. Rescue operations have been hampered by damaged infrastructure, heavy traffic, and continuing aftershocks, making access to affected areas increasingly difficult. Venezuelan authorities say the death toll has risen to nearly 6,000, with tens of thousands left homeless after buildings collapsed. Town Hall News and our parent company Salem Media partnering with Christian nonprofit relief organization Food for the Poor to rush meals, medical kits, and other essentials to the quake victims. Listeners wanting to help can find a link, the website srnnews.com. Wall Street, the Dow futures down 517 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hey, I'm not one to say I told you so, but do you remember last year when I told you that Pure Talk was hands down the best wireless company that I'd ever used? Well, some of you were skeptical, but Consumer Reports just asked 120,000 people to rate every wireless company in America, including the big boys. Well, guess which company was the only company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. No service contracts, no cancellation fees, just great U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network for a fraction of what you've been paying. I'm not going to say I told you so, but I will encourage you one more time to dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down. Pure Talk.
A high-profile British opposition politician is quitting Parliament amid corruption allegations that he steadfastly denied.
Nigel Farage faces questions about undeclared gifts and a probe by Parliament's standards watchdog over a $6.7 million gift he received from a Thailand-based cryptocurrency billionaire. Now he says he'll quit his Parliament seat and seek re-election in an effort to clear his name.
I have done nothing wrong. I have not broken the law in any way at all. I have not misused public money.
The probes could have led to Farage being suspended or expelled from Parliament. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
Pakistan's Navy and civilian authorities are expanding the search for a cargo plane feared to have crashed after it disappeared from radar, lost contact with air traffic control en route to the city of Karachi. News and analysis, townhall.com. A toddler declared dead after being pulled from a backyard swimming pool in February was discovered alive hours later.
First responders were dispatched to a home in a Phoenix suburb in response to a possible drowning in February. An 18-month-old boy was taken to Mercy Gilbert Medical Center, where a doctor pronounced him dead. But about 5 hours later, police were notified that the child was found breathing in a room that serves as the hospital morgue. Newly released police records also reveal 2 Gilbert police officers saw possible signs of life multiple times. Now police in Gilbert are recommending criminal neglect charges against the boy's parents. I'm Marcela Sanchez.
U.S. Airlines spent $6.66 billion on jet fuel in May, an 84% increase from the year before, the second month in a row with fuel costs exceeding $6 billion. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendment, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Trouble getting to sleep and staying asleep is infuriating. Your mind races, you toss and turn. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created REM sleep to help you quickly fall asleep, stay asleep, and sleep deep. Unlike other supplements that don't work, REM sleep is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra-absorption of science-backed ingredients supporting all 4 stages of sleep. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code GODZILLA.
For the first time ever, we're bringing you My Pillow mattresses and mattress toppers for as low as $99.98. Remember, sleep's all about temperature and pressure points. Whatever sleep needs you have, we have the right technology for you. Like our My Pillow mattress topper, our queen size has over 10,000 individual comfort supports to help relieve your pressure points. And how about our 3-inch Hybrid Plus mattress topper? It's infused with copper and silver to help your body get the restorative sleep it needs. And our My Pillow and Case Coil mattresses, I personally helped develop these mattresses to make sure they have everything needed to give us great sleep. Plus, they're made right here in the USA, and they ship right to your front door, absolutely free.
Go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla to get MyPillow mattresses and toppers for as low as $99.98 and free shipping.
Ponder this. All of God's children, you and I, have been created in God's own image. It's hard to fathom, isn't it? One thing we do know about God is that He is perfectly free. So He created us perfectly free to follow Him and free to deny Him. We have the choice. Our choice, however, has eternal consequences. It is the biggest decision in your life. I'm sure that most of you, if not all of you, want the final elevator ride to go up, not down. How we live on this earth determines our eternal destination, up or down, heaven or hell, and yes, hell is real. God has rules for us to follow in order to be admitted into his heavenly home. Just like the rules you may have for people to enter your home, maybe you do not allow smoking or profane language. God too has rules. There are 10 of them. We are called to obey his rules, not to change them, adapt them, or ignore them. The 10 Commandments guide our entry into eternal life. We must obey his rules in order to enter his heavenly home. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who plays to win the game, John Fredericks.
Oh, you're on the John Fredericks Media Network and all the John Fredericks radio apps, and I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. As always, thanks for joining us. Truth and clarity right here. This is a community. Your calls always prioritized. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. We got Morgan Griffiths, Congressman's going to be with us momentarily, and we're going to finish up here with Wayne Barnes, FBI, counterintelligence, long-term serving the country, also has a new book out. And Wayne, thanks for joining us. Thanks for your segment earlier. I kind of teased your couple 5-minute follow-up here, but I want you to tell our audience, and also Congressman Griffith, who's on the phone with us, can join in as well. But you were in San Diego. You had 8 days to recruit a counterintelligence officer that was a Russian diplomat in the Soviet embassy in Washington, came to a film festival in San Diego. So you had to, in 2 months, you had to figure out how you would get part of the film festival. You would have to create a phony company, fake company, and get the money fronted to be like you were a filmmaker or something in order to get to the diplomat, in order to recruit him. And you had 8 days and you were in the middle of the Cold War. How did you pull this off in 8? And the purpose, for those who just joined us from Wayne, the purpose of what they wanted Wayne to do, the high level intelligence in DC, is they had a spy. They knew a mole in the FBI. They thought they knew who it was, but they had to confirm it. This particular guy knew his face, and so they wanted to recruit him so that Wayne could then get him to confirm that Hansen was indeed the guy. So you had to recruit this guy in 8 days, not 4 years, 8 days. How did you do this?
I think it sounds so complex. I wish it was. I appreciate that. So he was in San Diego, and the film festival was in Santa Monica. We had a 2-month lead time to set any undercover operation together. It takes a lot of planning and timing. I did need to have backstopping of some. Many of the involved in the case knew that. And one day we learned that his sister, Polly Platt, was a member of the Academy in Los Angeles. She had done Barbara Streisand movies. She did Pretty Baby. She discovered Brooke Shields. So we talked back and said, would you mind asking your known to help the FBI at the end of your career? But she loved her brother more than she loved the Hollywood scene, so she said, fine. So Los Angeles, I met Polly in her studios as Carsey Warner, and it was a love fest. It was tremendous. So she was kind of my protection to be able to the festival, the American film market. So we became good friends. So if I went someplace and I had Polly with me, no one questioned who I was. So that was the other part of it is profiling. My old friend John Douglas, who invented profiling, he's Mindhunter. He was based on Criminal Minds, was based on John. He had gone to the prisons and interviewed serial murderers, find out what the personality was. He was doing that in a similar thing in counterintelligence. We were profiling our intelligence targets. What would it be that would cause this person to assist not just the FBI, US government? And so we had to put something together that would entice this man to want to talk to us. So I had a dear friend, George Ramones. He had been a legislative assistant on Capitol Hill. He was a senator from New Mexico. He helped set up stopping the cover for it. And then it was cards. This is 1998. There were no business cards printed through your computer. You had to call someone and wait for them to arrive in the mail. All the things made it more complicated back then. So you have to have a good business card, because when you meet the Russian, you don't set up. So finally, it came the day to go to the film festival. A lot involved in surveillance, but he hadn't been to the U.S. for 15 years, so I was old to get a newer photo, and people who were doing surveillance were flying the wrong man for about, and that was the problem. And then get in front of him. In an undercover operation like this, you have to have the Russian see you before he thinks you see. He has to be familiar with you. So we set up a scam. I had some of the surveillance people, which are younger individuals at the film festival, and they would get in line in front of me, and they were sensible movies. And we did this setup so that when Ivan was coming to walk past, he would see me as the man in charge, and with the money, and with a line of people like a Disneyland, all pitching their ideas of what they. I have a movie about like the Friends TV show, but it's going to be in Los Angeles. It'll be so and so. Somebody else pitching something about Martian spies and monsters. So I would be going back and forth with them, and then as Ivan would walk past, he would stop and watch. So he saw me as part of the festival, at me before I ever talked to him. So that was significant. And then we had to bring Polly Platt into it. He may not have known that she discovered book Shields and wrote Pretty Baby and did all those sorts of things, but royalty. So we had to have me walk in with Polly Platt. Our surveillance people say, "Hey, look, it's Polly Platt," and people started to follow her like in a new, like she was the Pied Piper of Hamelin, and it wasn't just our surveillance people, but others joined in because she was a well-known person. Yes, Ivan, so he saw that I was real. This important person in Hollywood. I person is actually Polly Platt. So she was very good. So before I even look at the man, and as he passes, I have to make sure I'm not watching eye contact. I didn't see him at all, so that he knows at the festival. He knows Polly's there. He knows I'm connected to her. It's all setting up the backstopping eventually to get in touch with him. So that's profiling someone. To answer your question.
Okay, so then what was your first? I've only got a couple of minutes because I got to get Morgan on.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I only got a couple of minutes because I got to get Morgan on. So you profiled him. What was your first engagement?
Our first engagement. He had come to was a from Armenia. She only spoke Armenian and Russian, so he was her translator. So we had to find a way to separate him from her because she was relying on him all the time. If he'd been with 5 or 6 people, we could have pulled him away from Russians, but it was not the case. So we finally found to pull him aside at least a little, but that wasn't going to do it. So having to have myself and insert Polly and me in a relationship with him. And it's a special part in the book, which I'm happy to small daughters and pool with a cowling at the edge, very similar to what the hotel pool had. And it would fall in the water, for them to fall in the pool. And if I actually had a bathing suit on, I would do the whoa, 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 like the clown, and then splash in the water. But if I was wearing a business, had a gun and handcuffs, I would pretend to fall in, but I wouldn't do that. And that was for previous years. So now Ivan and his friend by the pool, and there's people gathered around. They're eating burgers. It's a beautiful sunny day in Santa Monica, and I had to get in touch with them somehow. So I got my hamburger. I slowly walked around the edge of the table toward the pool. Ivan was right the next seat away from the pool, and I thought, oh, I'll walk on the cowling here like I was just trying to get at my own seat, at which point I stopped. My foot was on the edge. I looked like I was about to fall in, and my arms went swinging wide, and my styrofoam plate with my burger on it is hanging. It looks like I'm about to fall back. Now, Ivan had children. He was known a good father. So my hand was just there hanging out, and he reached out and he grabbed my arm, and then he pulled me back from the, like he saved the splash. Everybody clapped. I thought that was wonderful, and he invited me to sit down, and that's how I met Ivan.
Jeez. It's an unbelievable story. I got to read this book. And then like, how did you recruit him? He was a Russian diplomat at the Soviet embassy. And then I got to go.
Well, yeah, we had to get it. Okay, we had to get it in. We had to get into his head, and filing more of what would take place. What would he need? And it turns out I've been involved in recruiting other individuals, and it's the same thing. They don't want a suitcase full of money. They can't take $1 million in a suitcase. What they do, if they are comfortable and close with you, they're willing to help you out on even national intrigue on a very personal basis. But then afterwards, they don't really want money. They want to forget you ever met them. They'll point out a picture. They'll do what you need, and but now, like, let me go. I'm going home now. So that's ultimately when they say how much people were paid to do certain things.
That's how you caught Hansen. That's how you caught Hansen, who just died recently. He just died recently.
Well, my part
in prison.
Yeah, he died in So my part was to have the Russian point out a photo of the man he saw who he knew was the traitor. That was my part of it. So no matter what happened after that, my part was get it, photos in front of him, have him point out a photo, and we were able to accomplish that. So that was my undercover role.
All right, Wayne, we got to read your book. How do we get your book? What is it called? How do we get your book?
A Traitor in the FBI Mall. It's on Amazon, Noble, Barnes, and it'll come up in Barnes. Or Amazon Schuster has it as well. Please, it came out April 7th.
All right, Wayne.
It came out April 7th. It sold out by 3 p.m. So
we got to buy
available
it.
now.
Wayne, thank you for being with us. Wayne Barnes, fascinating story.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Morgan, sorry for the wait. That was a fascinating story. I know you're on the line. I hope you enjoyed it. But I didn't really know how they caught Robert Hansen. I hadn't read the book, and I had no idea the story. I remember seeing the movie, and I remember about him, and I remember when it happened. And I also remember I said died recently. I guess when you get older, time flies, 2023. I thought it was recently, but had you ever heard that story, Congressman Griffith?
I had not heard that story, and I'm not so sure you shouldn't have just said, Morgan, call back next week. That was a fabulous story. And my question that you didn't ask is it available in audiobook? And what was the name of it again, so I can look it up when I'm not driving?
Yeah, Wayne Barnes, FBI Traitor. I mean, it's fascinating the way they did this, because you missed the first part of the segment was what the setup was. So they knew they thought they had Hansen, but they needed confirmation, and the only guy that actually saw him was this guy. He knew his face. So on a personal basis, he just pointed him out, and like Barnes said, Agent Barnes said, they don't want money. They can't do anything with it when you're in the Soviet Union. Is of no value to you. You can't bring money back. You can't do anything with it. They just wanted a relationship in case they need a favor down the road. So basically, he traded a favor for a favor, and the guy was American, so he didn't really care what happened to Hansen. He ended up dying in jail. But you kind of hear these stories, and you don't realize how complicated the spy business is. I mean, that's pretty whoa, I was blown away by that. I can't wait to read the book. All right, Morgan, I want you to comment on this Plattner guy, and they're going to pull a Kamala Harris now. What do you make of this whole thing, Morgan?
Well, I don't know that he's going to get out of the race. Everybody says he's going to get out, and he certainly has issues. But his team wants input, and I'm just basing this on press reports. I have no insider information. But his team wants input into the selection process, so you don't have a situation where Joe Biden gets out and then automatically the insiders put their person in. They feel like they won the primary, and even though their candidate may be flawed, they feel like the team feels like they have some right to have input on who the next candidate will be. The Democrat leadership in Maine has not agreed to that, and so he may just say, I'm staying. I don't know, but, you know, if I were in his shoes, I'd be tempted to say, if you're not going to give me somebody who's just as progressive, socialist, communist as I am, then why would I get out? And so it'll be interesting to see what happens. There's only a handful of days left. I guess they've got about a week before it's too late and they can't replace him.
July 13th, which is Monday. So they got Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. When they got 6 days. Well, no, today's the 8th, right? 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th. They got five days. Do you think he'll stay in or get out? Prediction.
Well, I think if they give him or his team some input into the next candidate, I think he will get out. I think he's tired of waking up in the morning and finding that he's got allegations against him. It's interesting. He's vehemently denied these allegations. And, you know, the Democrats want him out so bad. You just have to wonder. I mean, they're horrible allegations. If true, he doesn't belong on the ballot. I agree with that. But at the same time, the Democrats want him out so bad from that spot. It does raise some issues when he says, no, that never happened. It raises some issues as to whether or not this is just a piling on in an attempt to get him out. I don't know. I have no way of knowing that. I have no way of knowing the truth. I don't think this woman would have come forward just because, but we've seen stranger things in politics. And I would hate to think that somebody that was at least at one point in time had been close to him and agrees with his politics would play games. So, you know, that gives her some credibility, but then, you know, why come out when there's only a week left before he can withdraw? Why didn't you come out 2 months ago when he still had the current governor of Maine running? I don't know.
And then they take her seriously. They don't take the other two that were Republicans seriously because they voted for Trump. They take her seriously after he tanks in the polls, and Fox had Susan Collins up by 5. So I don't know. The whole thing is suspect. I think he stays in. I think the ploy of I'm going to reevaluate it. I think he comes back and says, look, I reevaluated and I heard from, you know, thousands and thousands of supporters who want me to stay in. I didn't do anything wrong, and I'm not going to let the elites push me out. Because the fact that the elites are trying to push him out, that's not a reason. That's not a campaign statement for him to make. The elites in the party are trying to push me out, and I'm not doing it. Right? I got the voters. I think he stays in. I think it was a brilliant ploy. I think he stays in. I think he'll lose. Collins is going to beat him. Thank goodness. And it's tough not to like Sue. You know, I know you've met her, Morgan, many times. I mean, she's a tough lady not to like. She's just very nice. And I don't know, kind of like Marcia. I mean, they're just nice people. So hope things work out for Susan. She's a very nice woman with quite the career. Iran, President Trump, and Turkey. We attacked them. We retaliated over the cargo ship attacks during the funeral, and now Trump says, "I'm done. I'm done negotiating. There's no ceasefire. Next step, take the islands. That's the end of them controlling anything having to do with the Straits." I don't see him now doing anything else. What are your thoughts there, based on what the president said earlier today?
Well, I don't disagree with his strategy. But I think he's got to come to Congress. I mean, Congress voted to, invoke the War Powers Act, and anything defensive, and again, we get into a lot of gray area. When you have American interests being attacked, you have a right to respond. So I don't have any problem with what he did yesterday. But if we go in to take the island, I'm not so sure that he doesn't need to come to Congress and convince Congress to give him that authority. So it'll be interesting to see. But constitutionally, he can go so far in defense. That was established beginning with the wars against the Barbary pirates. But when you go beyond that, you got to come to Congress. So it'll be interesting to see. And, of course, all the Democrats will be against him. I like the strategy. Taking the island is not going to require us to do, there may be some fatalities on our side, but it won't require us to do huge amounts of military boots on the ground lifting kind of stuff, and it would certainly take away one of the big assets they have financially. But because the War Powers has been invoked, I'm not so sure that he doesn't have a responsibility to become.
If he comes to Congress, does he have the votes?
I don't know the answer to that. I would vote with him. I think he could probably get the House. Who knows in the Senate? But now this is one of those deals where you don't have to get the 60 vote rule. At least I don't think you do. So I think that it's possible that he could get it, particularly if it were limited. You put some limiting language in that. You're only going into the island. You're not putting boots on the ground in Iran proper. I think it's possible, but it's tough. When you only have a 2 or 3 seat majority in the House, it becomes really tough. And of course, we've gone through some grueling campaigns. He's got some people, Cassidy in the Senate, Massey in the House, who are still there, who have every reason to say no. So it'll be interesting. But we're at an interesting point, and we'll have to see where we go.
Congressman Morgan Griffith with us, Freedom Caucus member, Republican, District 9, Virginia. That's the Southwest Virginia area, Salem, through the tri-state border, right? All the way down, bigger than New Jersey, one of the biggest districts in America. Probably right, not quite big as Alaska, but it's right up there. Congressman,
well, we're not
big district, and now you're out in the district.
It is a big district. We're nowhere close to Alaska, though. We're big, but we're not that big.
We're not that, but you're getting close. Let me ask you about the reconciliation, putting the Save America Act in the Senate reconciliation bill again. Where are you guys on that?
Well, I would love it if we could do that. We'll see. My understanding is that what they're going to do is they're going to try to make it viable for the Reconciliation Act by throwing in some money to help the states prepare or provide voter IDs for those people who may not have them currently, to give them a proper government-issued ID and checking on their citizenship. And if you throw some money in there, then I am told by some that makes it viable to be a part of the reconciliation. But that's the strategy that I've heard behind the scenes. They may come up with something better by the time we actually get to doing it, but they're working to see every way they can to make it viable. They've got to get it past that parliamentarian in the Senate. But they're doing what they can, and hopefully we can make SAVE Act viable and make it a part of the Reconciliation Act.
You think John Thune should just fire the parliamentarian?
It's difficult for me to say, but my inclination is yes. And not because she's not making the right decision on this or that issue. My frustration comes in changing the rules. We had a program which was cost sharing reduction, which was a part of Obamacare that cost sharing reduction plan in Obamacare was passed as a part of a reconciliation act by the Democrats. And the parliamentarians in the Senate ruled that was fine. Last year, we decided to revive cost sharing reduction. Goes over to the Senate, and they ruled it was not proper as a part of the reconciliation bill. I have a problem with that, because how do you say in 2010, late 2009, that it is proper, and then you come back to us in 2026, and you now got it as a part of a Republican plan, and it's not proper. I'm happy to abide by the rules, but don't be changing them on me.
Because it's partisan. When it was for the Democrats, she approved it. When the Republicans want to do it, it's no good. I mean, this is the problem with the whole system. It's a problem with Plattner. Two women come forward. Oh, they're not credible. They voted for Trump. What? Another woman comes forward, liberal, Democrat. Oh, she is credible. Oh, by the way, he's behind in the polls. I mean, come on. Everybody's got to wake up and smell the coffee here. I mean, this thing is the whole thing. What was that movie, Dan? The joke where Al Pacino was the lawyer, and he said the whole thing is corrupt. The whole thing is corrupt, all of it. And that's what Republicans are starting to see, and that's seeding their frustration. No, he said this whole court is out of order. The whole thing is out of order.
And justice for all, right?
Justice for all. The whole court is out of order. Oh my goodness. Only to be one up by. I was thinking about this earlier today. I don't know why this movie came up. I forget the context, but remember the movie Scarface, where Pacino, he's there with Mel the cop, and he's got the gun out, and Mel says, "Look, you're not going to shoot a cop, are you?" And Pacino says, "Who said you was a cop?" And he blows his head off. Oh my goodness. All the stuff that comes back. Who said you was a cop? Morgan, thank you for being with us, and also sharing in Wayne Barnes, and also sharing in our movie trivia. I had no idea why that scene came up on my mind. It did tie to something, but I can't remember. Now, forget me and forget movies. Follow Morgan Griffith. Griffith.house.gov, griffith.house.gov. Thanks for being with us, Morgan, and thank you for your patience and your grace. Thank you, sir. You have a great day.
Thank you. Take care.
Morgan's a good guy. We will be right back with more movie trivia by John and Dan. Thanks for being with us.
Mattresses and mattress toppers for as low as $99.98. Remember, sleep's all about temperature and pressure points. Whatever sleep needs you have, we have the right technology for you. Like our MyPillow mattress topper, our queen size has over 10,000 individual comfort supports to help relieve your pressure points. And how about our 3-inch Hybrid Plus mattress topper? It's infused with copper and silver to help your body get the restorative sleep it needs. And our MyPillow and Case Coil mattresses, I personally helped develop these mattresses to make sure they have everything needed to give us great sleep. Plus, they're made right here in the USA, and they ship right to your front door, absolutely free.
Go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla to get MyPillow mattresses and toppers for as low as $99.98 and free shipping.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Van Hillary has fought for America before, and he's ready to do it again. As an Air Force navigator in Desert Storm, Van's mission was simple: chart the course, stay on mission. When he came home to Tennessee, he won an election nobody thought a Republican could win. Then he did it again and again. For almost a decade, America First conservative Van Hillary has fought the radical left, stood with President Trump, and never folded, securing our border, cutting taxes, and bringing jobs to Tennessee.
Radical Democrats are trying to hijack our country. President Trump needs a conservative fighter who knows how to win. I'll keep fighting to help President Trump finish what he started, keeping our border secure, growing our economy, and destroying the woke agenda. I'm Van Hillary, and I approve this message because I'm standing with President Trump to get America back on mission.
America First conservative Van Hillary. He's never folded, and he never will. Paid for by Van for Tennessee.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
If you want to go after an athlete, one of my athletes, you go after one that doesn't do the right things. You don't downgrade him because he does everything right and may not play as well on Saturday, and you let us make that decision. That's why I don't read the newspaper, because it's garbage, and the editor that let it come out is garbage, attacking an amateur athlete for doing everything right. And then you want to write articles about guys that don't do things right and downgrade them, the ones that do make plays. Are you kidding me? Where are we at in society today? Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40.
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Oh, you got him, John Fredericks Media Network. Thanks for being with us. I am your Godzilla of the truth in America. Hey, guess what? It's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Well, what's that mean? Well, that means racing in Colonial Downs. Well, it's Thursday, it's Friday, it's Saturday, it's Sunday. We got 4 days. We got post time at 12:30. The greatest, most beautiful racetrack in America. I know because I've been to them all, used to be in the business. I love Colonial Downs, love their turf course, love their racing. Now, if you want to have fun and win money, bring your family. Hey, free admission, free parking, great racetrack, absolutely gorgeous in this summer. You're going to love it. It's got some of the best horses and jockeys in America at this meet. It runs right through September 7th. Now, you can go get a table at $16.09. You can go to the Jockey Club. You can go to the Grandstand. Tickets are like $5. You can get those easy just by going to colonialdowns.com. It is one of the greatest experiences you're going to have, and you're going to have a lot of fun there. You can take your kids down by the rail. You can see the horses. You can take them by the paddock. It is so accessible and so easy. I'm such a big fan. And it is the most beautiful racetrack, in my opinion, in America. I've been to them all. So I used to be a trainer. I used to be in the business for a very long time when I was a much younger man. But you're going to love Colonial Downs. Just check it out. Just go to colonialdowns.com, colonialdowns.com. Parking free, admission free. Bring the fam. Food. Excellent. Nothing there. It's excellent. And it's affordable. That's the other thing. Not going to gouge you for the food. Great food. downstairs. They got the slot machines upstairs. They got the sports book. They've got the OTB. Fun for everybody. So check it out. Just go to colonialdowns.com, colonialdowns.com. Ann and I are going to be there Saturday, going to be there Sunday. Actually, we're going to be there Friday, Dan. Like after the show Friday, see, I hope things work out. Don't call me. I'll call you. We'll go to the track. Hopefully I won't get another speeding ticket on 64 by a surveillance camera, clocking me at 68 going into 60, give me a $100 fine. That's like criminal behavior. Not for me, from them, because they steal your money. Anyway, colonialdowns.com, colonialdowns.com. Don't speed on 64 if you're driving there, because they will nail you with those cameras, man. Surveillance state USA, baby. It's what we got, colonialdowns.com. Yeah, Dan, I'm going to leave on Friday after the show. Dan, all fun and no play makes John a dull boy. So I got to go. We got a table there at 1609. We got a big race Saturday. We're excited about that. We're going to catch Friday. Last time I was there, check this out, Dan. Over 2 days, plus 500. Not bad.
Wow.
Plus 500 after 2 days.
Okay. Yeah, that's
one
good.
Point, I think it was Saturday, because we were there Friday and Saturday. No, I think it was Saturday. They had 9 races on the card. I bet 9 races. Get this. I had 7 winners.
Whoa.
Two place.
Not bad.
Good. Yeah.
Not bad at all.
I hit 7 to 9 winners, and 2 of them placed. That was on Friday or Saturday. I forget one of the days.
One of the days that ends with a Y.
Yeah, I think it was Saturday. Yeah, it was definitely Saturday. Friday I did good. Yeah, that's right. Friday I won like 100. Saturday I won 400. And
this was this past week, right?
Week before.
Oh, okay. So to say this past Friday, we were together up where you are right now.
The week before.
Okay.
Remember, I was there. I did my show there. I think
yes.
Friday, right?
Yes.
So Saturday I had a monster day. Now I don't bet exotic. I bet no exotic bets, and I don't bet the place. I bet to win. That's it. That's been always my strategy. I bet to win, and I don't bet the place. So 9 races. I was in every single race. 2 of them one got beat at the wire. The other closed for second, but he was not going to win. One got beat at the wire, so I was almost I was a nose from 8 for 9. So when I get hot, look out. So when you come on the 18th, man, just don't be talking politics.
I probably won't be.
Probably on the 18th, I'll go like 0 for 9. I'll be ice cold because it goes up and down.
It's by that point, we're a week away from training camp. You'll have to be telling me, Dan, stop talking about the Steelers. Enough already.
I do that anyway.
Yes, you do.
No different.
It's like the Godzilla Wins Pittsburgh radio show.
Oh my God.
We're terrible. We put you through so much grief between Saxy and Statman and Logan and I.
I can't wait to hockey.
Oh, Mitch too.
I can't wait to hockey season because now I'm a Caps fan. I just got season tickets to the Caps before they got of checking back.
Yeah.
So I got them on sale. As soon as they signed him, I got them on Monday. They signed him Wednesday. Tickets went up. There was a 30% sale. I jumped on it Monday. I took a shot. I jumped on it. They had like a 2-day sale, like 30% off. So I got good seats. I went to the arena. It's under construction, but they show you where it is. I went there. I got my season tickets. Boom. Gave my deposit. Done. Took advantage of the deal. 2 days later, the 30% was off, and the season tickets went up.
Yeah, I'll bet they did. Yeah, all-time leading goal scorer in the NHL.
They signed
Alex Ovechkin.
Well, they didn't know if they were going to sign Ovechkin.
No, he was teasing retirement pretty hard.
They had a sale, and I did the right thing. I jumped on it.
Yeah,
jumped on it, and now I'm sitting pretty, baby. Got my season tickets. 2 Metro stops.
That's even better than Nats Park.
It's a 5-minute commute. 2 stops.
Now look, you got good digs up there in DC. I mean, you're barely closer to the White House on the screen behind you than you are from the actual White House where you live. It's a block. Yeah, I was shocked when I left the first time. I was like, oh my gosh, the White House is. I'm at the White House. Okay,
a 12-minute walk.
Yeah, I'm surprised it even takes that long. It's close. It's very close.
I'm a little older. So we got Tim Graham on. He's like, "What the hell are you guys talking about?" I get it, Tim. Let's get to Tim Graham. Tim, sorry when you come on my show, you never really know, Tim, what the hell's going to happen. Executive editor, Newsbusters. Hey, Tim, I wanted you on today because I want to have some fun making fun of these clowns here. Let's get to cut two, Tim. Here's Brianna Lyman, no relation to Patty Lyman. Here's Brianna Lyman saying Maine voters have already chosen Graham Plattner, and it's a tough sell for the communists to anoint somebody new like they did with Kamala Harris. Tim, roll the tape, too. Take a listen.
It worked to beat Susan Collins. To Mike's point about the circumstances having been different for Joe Biden, I think they were, because the circumstances right now for Plattner is that there were a lot of these controversies out before the primary happened. And none of those caused Democrats like Bernie Sanders, like Ro Khanna, to take away their endorsement. So they went into this primary knowing full well that there was a lot of problems, to all of Jason's points earlier, and they still endorsed him. And so now, Abby, to your question about Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and now, I think that for a party that constantly talks about democracy, they don't necessarily do it well all the time, because Maine voters did hear all of this and still went out and chose Graham Plattner. So I think it's a tough sell now for the Democratic Party to say, we're going to anoint someone. I would also suspect that probably the Maine Democratic Party has some kind of internal polling, because it clearly wasn't enough polling or concern during the primary season for them to put this amount of pressure, but they probably have some internal polling showing this will be a blowout for Susan Collins with him in.
Well, that New York Times Siena poll came out just a few days ago that kind of indicated that, particularly amongst that demographic that he was supposed to do really well with, the working class folks who were, I think it was like a 20-point lead for Collins. I think that obviously helped push them along a little bit.
But are you suggesting that they leave Plattner because he was elected,
Yes, enough. Yeah, of course they did. Tim, they had two accusers in the New York Times 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago that was just as bad as this, but they said, oh, these were Republicans, they were Trump voters, therefore they're not credible. It doesn't matter what they said. It's just, it's alleged, it's not true. Well, the same thing here, it's alleged, but she's a Democrat. But they got the poll numbers and the guy was tanking and they had to get him out, Tim. This is so plain. Nobody's getting it but us. Tim, what do you think of this whole thing? Tim Graham, editor, Newsbusters.
Absolutely. When the New York Times did this story, they led with the conservative Republican accuser, who was his girlfriend in D.C. They did not lead with Jenny Rosico, who's the one now that went in Politico and made these charges. He raped me. And yeah, that's pretty serious. And they know that, if you think the poll was bad before this story, you should look at the poll after. So yeah, I think it's very fair to say the standard for the Maine Democrats is, oops, now we might lose, he's got to go. It's not an anti-rape standard, it's an anti-losing standard.
I mean, the way they treated the allegations, the same allegations from another woman who happened to be a Trump voter, and they just dismissed it. Like, oh, that's not credible. But Tim, what happened to Me Too? Is that only for like certain women? Like, we said this the other day. It's a little tough to say on air, but I'm going to say it again because it almost feels like, well, as a Trump voter, as a woman, but she's a Republican, she's a Trump voter. She had it coming. That's what it feels like. You hate to say it, Tim, but that's what it feels like.
Well, what they're trying to say is, I don't believe her because she has a political interest in him losing. But this is not the standard they've held for Brett Kavanaugh. These women wanted Kavanaugh not to be on the court. Anita Hill didn't want Clarence Thomas to be on the court. E. Jean Carroll had really no proof. She just hated Donald Trump. And somebody came along and said, we'll fund your lawyers if you sue for rape. That's the whole problem they have, is those accusations weren't credible. They weren't corroborated in real time. This obviously is a little hard for them to deny, but they tried anyway.
Tim, the fake news, I've been saying this now for weeks, it's on absolute overdrive. I've never seen, look, I've been doing this 40 years. I've never seen anything like I've seen in the last 90 days. I mean, the fake news are so determined for President Trump to lose. They're absolutely beside themselves, trying to manipulate everything. Is this the worst, Tim, you've ever seen?
It's pretty bad. I mean, it is one of those things where you wonder if their extreme Trump hatred leads them down avenues where they don't succeed. I think they looked at 2024 and said, how did this happen? And they can't seem to realize it's kind of you. You're the one that sued him 73 times and indicted him on 46 counts and all that. And it ended up, people were just like, well, obviously this isn't fair. He's being persecuted. That's the way a lot of people felt. And of course, our news media presented it in such a way that all the Democrats who were trying to put him in jail were never described as Democrats. So if Lindsay Fifield says, I was assaulted by Graham Plattner, we don't believe you because you're a Republican. All the people going after Donald Trump, they just really basically refuse to tell the audience this is a Democrat. In some of these cases, these were Democrats elected on the campaign promise of getting Trump. And they didn't tell you that either.
Unbelievable. Let's get to cut 5. Here's Scalise blasting the whole thing.
Here with more, a longtime friend and our House Majority Leader, Steve Scalise. Leader Scalise, thank you for joining me. 66% of Democrats now say they favor socialism. That number was 50% socialism, 50% capitalism in 2010, not that long ago. 29% of Democrats say that they have pride in the USA. I feel like we're knitting this together and we're seeing a new Democratic Party. Do you feel like this is just in certain places and spaces, or are they gaining ground all over this country?
Well, Kellyanne, first, it's good to see you. Thanks for having me. It's insane to see how far left the Democrat Party has moved to where now literally it's a Bolshevik revolution. I mean, the communists have taken over. This is not your father's Democrat Party. And it's really the candidates that they're nominating that are the far left extremist lunatics. Many Democrats across America are not that far left. But this is a choice election. Voters are going to have to make some serious choices. If you've just been used to voting Democrat all your life because maybe you just support union candidates, those days are gone. And those candidates, by the way, are getting defeated. The pro-union Democrats are getting defeated by communists who hate this country. And some of the things that they stand for, Kellyanne, I mean, we've got a candidate in Colorado who wants to tax eggs and milk. You've got a candidate in New York who wants to get rid of prisons and the police, not just defund the police, get rid of them and get rid of the prisons. Where are the criminals going to go? We all know how this ends up. You had great Brandon Gill on the show earlier talking about Graham Plattner. I mean, no Democrat leader would denounce him after the first woman alleged that he sexually assaulted her, after the second woman, after the Nazi tattoo. I mean, they're okay with these candidates because in many cases they're endorsing them. The Democrat leaders are also out of touch with most voters in this country, but that's on the ballot this November. Everybody needs to know what is on the ballot this November.
All right.
So you raise an excellent.
Let's get back to Tim Graham. Look, Tim, you got all this stuff going on. The fake news is in overdrive. All of them are lying. Every headline has been manipulated. You know, I get up at 3:45 every day. I go through my news feed, whether it's Politico or The Hill or the Washington Post or the New York Times, whatever the big 5 that I read. The first 5 stories are Trump sucks. That's it. I mean, every single one of them. So you go to 5 sites, the first 25 stories is negative Trump. Where are they going with this?
Well, this is their news judgment. I mean, and we've known this since the first term in 2017. It was basically any news that makes Trump look bad is news. So yes, they tried to make a huge story. We counted over 100 minutes on algae in the reflecting pool. This week it's Donald Trump ruined the World Cup by appealing this American soccer guy who tripped, and they said he tried to step on a guy's foot or something. Anything and everything can be a Trump scandal. And as the clip suggests, you can be the vilest sort of communist who wants to empty the prisons, and they won't even tell you this is these people's positions. And the sad part about it is these people were elected. We all know it's a primary, But these are primaries in like 90% Democrat districts. These people have now been elected to the House of Representatives. They'll be there in January.
It's incredible what you're seeing. And speaking of the algae, I'm here in DC. So we went through this algae for, it seemed like 2 weeks, like every single day. The top news story was algae in the pool, right? And then, of course, we have the vandals, and Gene Pirro is going to get one of them and put him away for 10 years. But now the algae's gone. And so there's not a single story that says, well, the algae's gone. Like, what happened to the algae? Did it die? Is it okay? Like, what happened to the people in the algae suits? They're gone. Nobody even reports it. Now the pool is beautiful, gorgeous, with no algae because they fixed it. But you don't hear a word about it. Okay.
Well, again, if it's negative to Trump, it's news. If it's not so negative to Trump, it's not. And so, yes, when there are positive stories about Trump or something reverses, they won't tell you.
That's why we're here, Tim, just for you at Newsbusters. Tim, people want to follow Newsbusters. Where do they go?
Newsbusters.org, and of course, follow our podcast and our social media accounts.
Newsbusters.org. Find them there, newsbusters.org. Tim Graham, executive editor, Newsbusters, trying to hold the feet to the fire to the fake news. Tim, wait till you come in that briefing room. The first 3 rows are like the bar scene at Star Wars. It's pretty incredible.
I used to be there back in 01 and 02. I was a White House reporter for a little while.
01, 02, what was that?
Bush.
GW? Bush.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Might have been as bad.
Helen Thomas was still there.
Oh, my goodness gracious. At least she's honest. You'll find honesty. Tim, thanks. I got to go, bud. Peach Crew next.
This is WJFN, Goochland, Barnair, Chester, and WJFV, Portsmouth.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. Some strong words for Iran at the NATO summit in Turkey.
President Donald Trump said the interim agreement with Iran is over, saying, frankly, I don't want to waste my time with them.
They're liars, they're cheats, they're sick people, they've hurt their people, they killed 54,000 people as of now that were protesting.
But Trump says he'll allow talks on the Iran war to continue. On the topic of NATO, Trump says he hasn't been happy with NATO.
Because of what they did with Greenland. And I'm not happy with NATO because of the fact that they didn't want to help us with the #1 state sponsor of terror, that's Iran.
I'm Donna Warder.
The U.S. struck military targets in Iran early today after the Iranians attacked several ships in the Strait of Hormuz yesterday. Iran retaliated for the U.S. attacks by targeting a couple of its neighbors, Kuwait and Bahrain. A Democratic U.S. Senate candidate in Maine sees his base of support drying up.
New York City Mayor Democrat Zohran Mamdani joining other prominent leaders in the party in calling for Graham Plattner to withdraw from the Senate race in light of the new allegations of sexual assault that Plattner denies. The New York City mayor responding to a reporter question at a news conference.
The focus of today should be to respond to the gravity of what so many of us have read. And I think that the only appropriate response is for the campaign to come to an end.
Laura Winters reporting.
A newly released AP Norc poll highlights division among American Jews over Israel. Religiously observant Jews often see support for Israel as central to their identity, while those who are not religious are more critical of Israel's actions in Gaza. Watching Wall Street ahead of this morning's opening bell, Dow futures down 444 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hi, everyone. If you've been injured in an accident and think you deserve compensation, listen up.
We have legal professionals standing by right now. They'll tell you if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth. Call 800-550-7800. That's 800-550-7800. Call now to find out how much your case could be worth.
Effort has been sponsored by Legal Help Center. May not be available in all states. Not available in California.
European politicians want FIFA to investigate after the U.S. World Cup red card controversy.
At least 35 European lawmakers are calling for an investigation of FIFA President Gianni Infantino over concerns about his involvement in the suspension of a red card against U.S. striker Folarin Balogun. FIFA lifted his suspension for Monday's U.S.-Belgium match after President Donald Trump intervened, although the U.S. lost 4-1 anyway.
I related just that feel. I didn't tell him what to do. I can't tell him what to do, but and I don't believe he made the decision. I think it was a committee that made the decision.
In a statement, European Parliament lawmakers Barry Andrews, Laura Walters, and others said the decision to change the rules mid-tournament is a disgrace and a perversion of justice. They're asking EU national football associations to press FIFA's ethics committee to find out more. FIFA has said it was the decision of a disciplinary committee. I'm Jennifer King.
Leaves 3 people killed in the latest series of Russian attacks across Ukraine. Townhall.com. Federal judge rejecting the Justice Department's attempt to get the names of 2020 election workers in Fulton County, Georgia.
The Justice Department in April obtained a grand jury subpoena seeking the names and personal contact information of county employees and volunteer poll workers. The county argued the subpoena was overly broad and meant to target and harass President Donald Trump's opponents. In his ruling Tuesday, U.S. District Judge William Ray called the subpoena unreasonable. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
An under-construction Manhattan high-rise at risk of collapse after columns buckled has been stabilized and some evacuations of nearby buildings have been lifted. The commissioner of the City Department of Buildings says the structure has not moved since they started to monitor the building earlier yesterday. More on these stories, townhall.com.
What if you had a plan to build income outside your job? At Lifestyles Unlimited, you'll learn how people are investing in real estate to grow their income and make smarter financial choices one property at a time. Right now, join us for just $297. That's a savings of $443 off our real estate education program. Text RADIO to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cell's Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking which is the active ingredient in Soul Tea. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Soul Tea for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Soul Tea. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on two huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who once told Don Corleone, thanks, but no thanks. John Fredericks.
Great to have you back on the John Fredericks Media Network. I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. Thanks for joining us. Peach Crew coming up. This segment brought to you by the Safer Supervision Act. It is time to get this passed in Congress. It makes no sense at all after the First Step Act for people that are on probation to be supervised when they're doing all the right things, which is what they're supposed to do. So we got probation officers in this country. All of them are overworked. All of them have an average 100 cases. They should have 50. And so if you got somebody in your caseload that you're supervising and they're doing all the right things, drug-free, alcohol-free, has a job, assimilating back in society, not getting in trouble, doing the right things with their family, why are they being supervised? This bill, which is passed in 25 states, I believe, half our states. Now we got the federal legislation. And what this bill does is simple. It allows the probation officer to make a recommendation to the judge that people that they are supervising no longer need it. So they make the recommendation, they write it up, they tell the judge why. The judge looks at it, two pairs of eyes, they make a decision. And if they deem that the person no longer needs no longer needs parole officer supervision, then they're released. And that means the parole officer can focus their time on people that need the supervision. So the caseload goes down and it's not disruptive to the person that is assimilating back into productive society so that we end recidivism. That's the purpose of it. And one of the favorite bills that I've got going on in Congress. So for more information, visit safersupervision.com. That's safersupervision.com. Tell your congressman and senator, get this done. This message paid for by the Reform Action Fund. Okay, let's go to the Peach Crew, where we've got everybody coming on. Sally's not with us today. We got Holly Kessler. We've got Andre with us. Let me just get all this. Andre Stafford's with us. Lucine James, Jackie Harling, Seth Ketchel, and the one and only Matt Towery. Matt and I go back, I don't know, Matt, 30, 40 years. I can't remember.
I think so.
It's a long time, Matt, that we go back.
It's a long time. Absolutely.
It's got to be 80s, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
We go back to the late 80s. I've been friends with Matt forever. He's one of the best pollsters in America. Matt, we got two races here. I had you on today. A Fox poll comes out the other day, and it shows Keisha Bottoms, former mayor, ahead of Jackson. And it was a comfortable lead, like 52-47 or something in the Fox poll 5. And this is the mayor that like burned down Atlanta. Like I saw that poll, I almost fell off my chair. And then of course they got Ossoff up by 15 or something over Collins. So I wanted to bring you on. How bad is this? What are your numbers showing? And how does Georgia turn this around?
Well, thanks for having me on, John. Good to see you again. As you know, I appear on Fox each week, so I'm very careful about what I say about their polling. We poll different styles, different ways. Without criticizing the poll or the pollsters, the numbers that I've seen are substantially different. Collins is behind Ossoff, but closer to about 6 points. Lance Bottoms is actually tied, or roughly so, with Jackson. And in the polls that I've looked at, the undecided is much higher. In this particular Fox poll, you have only 1% undecided. I think one of the reasons that might be the case is that they poll differently. Their questionnaires are different. They did not poll likely voters, just registered voters, which could have an effect. Although right now we're being told by pollsters around the country that the enthusiasm gap is in favor of the Democrats. Whether that's really the case or not, I don't know. I will say it was concerning for Republicans that in early voting in the primaries, that the Democrats outvoted the Republicans by 150,000 votes. And if you watch me each week on Laura Ingraham, you will note that I have been pounding that into the ground, because unless Republicans can get their enthusiasm level up, then these numbers could be closer to being true than not. I expect this race to be fairly close. Mike Collins is a known commodity among Republicans and people paying attention to the primary. Ossoff is a known commodity, but also, U.S. senators have to reintroduce themselves as well. This race will narrow. I will say one final thing. Georgia became a majority state for the first time this year, which means that there are less white voters, let's just say white population, than African-American, Hispanic, Latino, other. And that tells you something about what the Republican Party has to do, because they rely on a good 62 to 64% of the white vote to have a chance of winning. They also have to have a certain percentage of the African-American vote and the Hispanic Latino vote. And the Hispanic Latino vote, which was in Trump's favor in the 24 election, has drifted back over to the other side. Some of that is a result of perhaps them viewing raids on businesses and stuff as being something they're a little afraid of with the ICE enforcement. Some of that has subsided. And the African-American males, now it's an interesting thing. They have not usually been excited about African-American female candidates. I suspect that support for Lance Bottoms will deteriorate as time goes by. I do not see her winning the governor's race, although it's possible. I think it is certain right now that Ossoff is given, the favorite position in the Senate race, although a lot could happen. So I think in essence, I think this poll, I'm sure it was conducted fine, but in my view, the polls I'm looking at show the race much closer.
Matt Towery from Insider Advantage, one of the top pollsters, has been polling in Georgia for years. One of the first polls he had that got my attention was Paul Coverdale upsetting Weish Fowler back in the day when everybody had Fowler up by double digits, and Towery said no, Fowler's gonna lose, and that's I don't know when that was, 80s or something. It's a long time.
It had to be in the 80s. My biggest claim to fame for us is we've been ranked by Real Clear Politics, because we poll all the battleground states, either number 1 or number 2 or 3 in the country among all multi-state pollsters in every single Trump race. And they've not come out with their scorecard yet, but I've been told, and we've been rated by other groups number 1 or number 2. So we're pretty good at this stuff. But I will tell you, John, midterms are more difficult to poll. I live in Florida now. I still love all my friends in Georgia, and I keep my ear close to the ground. We own James Magazine up there. I still have that. And Phil Kent runs that, as you know Phil well. He does a great job. The Pierce now on the Fox affiliate there. But I do think that this campaign season is going to have a lot of ups and downs. And the big thing about Georgia is they're going to have to find a way to get to motivate these MAGA voters and to the polls, and without losing too many suburban Republicans to Ossoff, which is also an issue. And it's always been an issue, at least in recent years in Georgia. So we'll keep our ear to the ground. And from time to time, John, I'll get in touch with you and let you know how things are going. But they're just getting started now.
You also have to open up the studio doors here. There's some noise because of the oppressive heat that we have, and apparently the air conditioner's been a little bit stressed here in the studio I'm in. So hang in there with us, guys. Also, just so everybody knows, Matt also called the first Purdue win over Roy Barnes, who was everybody else had him up by 10. Insider Advantage had Purdue up by 1. He won that. So he's got all the string of wins where nobody saw it. Let's open this up. Matt's got about 5 minutes. We've got our panel here. Holly, Seth Ketchel, Celestine James, Andre. Anybody got a question for Matt Towery? Go ahead.
No, good morning, everyone. Listen, I'm curious about when we talk about Black females, we have 13 Black females running in the state of Georgia. We have 5 in the federal races, 8 in the state. And right now, Keisha Lance Bottoms is focused on girl power, is one of the things that she is doing in order to bring across Black female voters. And this is something I think that the Republican Party is going to sleep on. The Black woman is focused, is organized, and they're getting ready. They're coming out in droves to vote. I'm hearing it all over Georgia. They're talking about the economy. They're talking about the president's stance on immigration, education. And when they hear our candidates come out and say they want to be just like Trump, for them, they're like, we don't want to hear that. We don't want that. So they're running straight to Keisha Lance Bottoms. So for me, I want to see our party, the Republican Party, focus more on the Black woman. I am a Black woman, and that is missing. You want to keep running to the Black male, but that Black female is energized and they're focused and they're saying, not today.
So Matt, what is your response to that, Matt?
Oh, I think she's absolutely on target. One of the big things, and if you do watch me on Fox each week, I usually appear on Laura's show in the evenings between 7 and 8. I do Sean's show when I have a poll or something we really need to talk about. I do Sean's radio show. I'm his pollster, Sean Hannity. And I say it both on radio and television that I'm frustrated with the Republican Party because they always wait. And John, you've heard me talk about this many, many times.
Yes.
That they always wait until late August, early September to start delivering their message. Well, that's when everybody else is delivering their message. And so everything gets drowned out. And people say, well, that's just politics. There are a lot of things that Trump has done that inure to the benefit of African-American women. And it would be smart of them right now to have ads up that are more educational rather than political, that would list the things he's done that help African-American women and families with regard to some of the tax changes, with regard to for example, this new Trump account where every kid gets a certain amount of money. I mean, that goes specifically to a certain large percentage of African-American women who qualify in the state of Georgia. Now, that's a future for those kids, but no one's articulated that. And I think you have a wonderful point. I wish I could get you to join me to try to convince them to do it. But I can tell you, I've been talking about this stuff John, how many decades?
Decades.
I've never gotten a single Republican national committee or anybody else to listen to me. And I have to patrol, I poll things. I have to poll them on a fair. I've had Democrats winning before. I say they're winning. John and I have written out some races before where I told him, I said, John, this candidate's not going to win. It's going to be the Democrat. And I said it on the air, and that's how it went. So, but a great observation. I think that is a big part of why they're so passionate and why Republicans are going to be on the defensive this time in Georgia.
What is? I know you got to bounce. What does?
I got about 5 more minutes.
All right. Anybody else? Seth,
Yeah,
you
definitely
want to weigh in? Go ahead, Seth.
Sure. Well, Matt and I run in adjacent spaces, and I'm not into polling. He knows that. I'm into forecasting and modeling, and sometimes they go hand in hand with one another. And sometimes I'm able to see the Ann Seltzer poll in Iowa for exactly what it is. And Speaker Gingrich went on there and blew that thing up. But look, I'm continuing to believe, John, that Republicans just do not understand basic modeling and basic mathematics. Out of all the states that President Trump won in 2024, the only state that I have long-term concern for with its trend is Georgia. All right. And some of that has to do with the electorate itself, and other things have to do with the medium of how the votes happen. Now, of course, Holly and I are big into election integrity. But look, Georgia, the 8 major counties of Metro Atlanta, I consider them Fulton and DeKalb, which Fulton 70-30 Dem, DeKalb 85-15. Then you've got the southern Dem counties now, Clayton and Henry. Then you've got the old suburbs, Cobb and Gwinnett, which are now blue. And then we have Forsyth and Cherokee in the north. George Bush won those counties collectively in 2004. Now they're worth more than 600,000 margin in a presidential for the Dems. The fundamental issue with Georgia is most of the exterior counties are maxed out for the GOP. You're not going to get more than an 85-15 margin in the red. You have some of that growth in the north that is favorable for the Republican Party. But look, North Carolina seems good long-term because their largest segment of growth is with the Latino population. The future of the Republican coalition 20 years from now is conservative whites, which Georgia has, and Latinos. All right, so absent the ability to get into Atlanta and not lose Fulton 70-30, but rather 65-35 and maybe lose DeKalb 80-20, there's your math. If the Republicans could figure out how to just dent the minority vote in Metro Atlanta, they'd be able to hold on to Georgia longer. Now, I do agree with Matt that I think Jackson will hold the governorship. I think some of that is voter preference, just based on how they vote at the top of the ticket for the state. He also did well in Cobb and Gwinnett, which are the slippery counties that caused Georgia to lurch. But, a lot of us like Burt Jones because he was very serious about election integrity. He had a 634% increase in mail-in voting from 2016 to 2020 and the introduction of automatic voter registration. So this is a two-sided problem. Holly knows a lot about it, but yes, I would agree that Ossoff is 70% likely to win, maybe more, but I don't think they have a ceiling of more than about 3 points based on what the electorate looks like.
Matt?
Oh, I think Seth is right on target again. These are the things I've been talking about as well, and it's the demographics, and it's in Georgia. So many of these southern states that surround Georgia are seeing their demographics move more in the direction of the Republican Party. Georgia, because of Atlanta and the magnet that it is for international magnet for all different types of folks, but in particularly African Americans who find it very attractive. It's sort of the Mecca now in America for African Americans versus DC at one time, Chicago at one time. That they've all ceded to Atlanta, and which deservedly so. But in doing so, that vote comes with it as well, and so it's going to be very difficult. The only thing, and I would say, Seth, that you hit on 2 targets. One, have to do something to get some of that Hispanic vote back up. And I think there's things that could happen, that could take place. For example, everyone talks about immigration and, we got to deport everybody. Well, the truth of the matter is that we don't need to be giving jobs to anybody who came in this country under Joe Biden because they're unvetted. But we have lots of folks who've been here forever who come in, for example, seasonal workers who work in our poultry industry or in our agriculture business. And one of the secret things people don't know is that when they leave, they got to go back home after a period of time and reapply. These are people who've worked every year, have been paying taxes here in the United States, but then their employer has to pay to bring them back in. And you would say, well, we could have American people do that job. Well, I've talked to these people in focus groups. They can't get anybody to do it. So if I think if there were a feeling in the communities like in Gainesville, where there's a large Hispanic community, like that the people who are there to trying to deal with agribusiness and the like wouldn't have to worry about constantly being hassled by ICE. ICE has much bigger problems, to deal with in the cities than in those areas. Little things like that's not a way of saying we're going to open the door to migrants, illegal, undocumented migrants staying in this country. Obviously, the Republican Party's against it, MAGA's against it, and actually most voters are. But the little tweaks that can be done, and probably by executive order by President Trump, and again, with the African-American women, I think if you make a dent in that, and I will say one other thing, Seth, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. We know that African-American men, by several percentage points, drifted over to Trump during this last election because they did not like Vice President Harris is one of the reasons, and also because the president made an effort to reach out to them more. My question is, Tisha Lance Bottoms doesn't seem to be the type who's going to connect with or enthuse African-American men any more than Harris did. In fact, she's very much a Georgia version of Harris. Do you think there's a way that the Republicans to take advantage of that to get a little bit more of that African-American male vote back?
I do. I think Jackson's bread and butter, though, is the old coalition of Metro Atlanta. I think he's going to do five points better or so in Cobb and Gwinnett, and therefore cut off the pathway. However, this is why people fail often, I think, in polling and modeling, is because we have 50 different states with 50 different issues. The Republicans are going to elect a governor in Vermont this year, but no other Republican would get up there and win. So in Georgia, in the South, the black vote, as CJ very well knows, is more loyal to the Dems than it is anywhere else. You can go into a smaller black population like in Pennsylvania, Michigan. There were some exit polls out there in 2020 before all the mess started up that showed Trump winning 30% of black men in the Rust Belt. So anyway, with the South, it's different. But as the generations pass on, this is my favorite kind of polling, Matt. It's not candidate polling, it's topic and trend-based polling. Right. And a lot of people are starting to show that black voters, Latino voters, I think Latino voters under 29 were more right-wing than white voters under 29 in 2024. Absolutely. All right, so the black vote is moving on from the John Lewis age, all right, and getting out of the civil rights era, where you're not going to find a big black Republican vote 70-30, but you're going to find probably something along the lines of 75-25 perhaps. So that can change. The Republicans also have an urban outreach issue. Some of that's held back, in my opinion, by social conservatism, which I'm a social right winger. All right. But you've seen a lot of movement in urban areas based on security, based on anti-crime, based on immigration enforcement. Miami-Dade County is 41 points right of where it was in 2016. Right. But we have a very hard time replicating that where I live in Pima County, Arizona. Hell, I mean, they just had a soccer match where half of the city showed up in Mexico gear. So I don't know that they're enforcing it too hard here. But I think that as far as getting a better share of all minority vote, including that black male vote, is going to come down to results, job opportunity. This is where you got some competition before. How hard and publicly do you enforce immigration law versus the outcomes of lower rents and more job availability? I was just explaining to my 14-year-old daughter the other day, asking me about illegal immigration and stuff like that. I said, look, it's an economic issue, especially impacting the minority working class. So I think that Georgia has some opportunities. I think that there's, and like demographics, I think only 6% of the population is Latino. Right. So you don't have this big Texas effect where the Dems are always salivating over the Anglo, the non-Hispanic white population, not realizing that white Latinos have been here as long as there's been a Texas. So I think that we lose a lot with demographic analysis, too, rather than classifying counties by type and trend.
All right. I'll let you.
I wanted to weigh in on that right there with the black vote.
Matt, do you have time or do you have to go?
I can take one more question, then I want to say one thing to you, John. Go ahead.
All right, go ahead.
I've got to bounce, gentlemen.
All right, Seth, thank you.
Thank you.
Celestine, go ahead. You got one more
question. Okay, so my concern is with that when we're doing messaging and there's appearance in the black community that they're choosing leaders to lift up, those who are non-threatening, as opposed to people who think outside the box, who are independent thinkers. And so when we have people looking into the Republican Party They're seeing that. They're not seeing themselves. I'm not seeing myself. And so there is a tendency to overlook people like me. I'm outspoken. I'm in the communities. I'm working with the Asian Pacific Americans. My grandchildren are Asian Pacific American. I'm there, been there for over 40 years. But when they go to people, they don't go to people like me. They want to get the person who's non-threatening. And when black folks look at that, they see, oh, they're still going. It's the plantation thing where you have the house person and the person in the field, if we want to get right down to it.
Yeah.
And so when you speak thusly like me, and I have an African American son, and he is very involved in politics, and so is my grandson. There seems to be the perception they don't want outspoken people of color. They do not want it. And I need to see that change. And so when you see the representation when they're giving jobs, it is to those people who don't represent me. They don't look like me. I want to see me, and I'm not seeing it.
All right,
And
Matt,
it
go
pisses
ahead.
me off.
Thank you, Celestine. Go ahead, Matt.
Well, good point. And to that point, if they focus more on the U's, so to speak, they would collect that vote and they would share that vote off. That some of that vote they're never going to get, as you alluded to. So I think that's a very accurate assessment. And I've been around the Republican Party long enough to know. I mean, we all know how it operates and how things go. John, I just want to say one last thing. I don't know if I'll be polling after this. I've retired allegedly to Florida, 12 years ago. And so far that retirement, although my back is out today, so I'm not going to be able to play golf, which is a rarity for me. I mean, I got up yesterday for whatever reason. I just could not walk. I don't know what happened. But that said, I'm still doing my work. I got a book coming out in the fall. John, I'm going to be calling you about that. It's my farewell to the world, and I think it's going to have more stuff in it that tells the truth that, well, other than the stuff you've done, John, than you normally see, and from somebody who's polled races now for decades. And so I look forward to sharing that with you down the road. But just, John, thank you for having me on. I always enjoy being a part of what you do. You do a great job. You are a warrior. I know you're a road warrior because every single time we get down to the election time, you call me up and tell me you're on a bus somewhere, and you're the only one who does it. And I congratulate you, and I'm honored to have been here today. And so let's get back together.
Matt, thank you. I look forward to your book, and I look forward to. And I don't think nobody wants you to retire ever.
That's what. Well, see, Hannity calls me about like a year out. And he says, I say, well, look, Sean, I'm just doing Laura's show. Yeah, I'll do the radio show. I really don't want to do a lot. He said, no, you're coming back to poll again. You have to poll. You have to poll. And so he sort of puts me in this headlock. And then I say yes. Now, I have yet to say yes for the general election. So, but Sean had a little neck injury, so he's had to take some time off. So he can't put me in that headlock yet. But I'm sure once he gets his neck back in the next week or so, I'll probably get the headlock and I'll probably be back polling again. But
well, we've
pleasure to be with your panel, and
thank you.
Always happy to be with you, John.
Matt's been fantastic, and we've had a lot of great discussions. The toughest call you get from Matt Towery is before the election when he says, you can't win. That's the toughest call. And he's made those to me on numerous occasions, like, we can't win this race, here's why. But you got to still, and it's like, 10 days out and you're on a bus tour. And it's like, okay, well, now what do we do? Well, you got to make it closer.
Well, you always keep a stiff upper lip. I'm hoping I can give you good news this time.
Matt, thank you. But then there's other times he calls up and he says, hey, we're right there, or we're closing. So, but honesty is always going to get that from Matt Towery. And remember, those of you in Georgia, you remember that governor's race with Perdue and Barnes. Nobody thought Perdue would win that. He had no money, and Matt Towery had a poll out, had him up by 1. The AGC had him down by 15, and Perdue beat him.
Well, I will say this. That was a big one for me. Probably the biggest. I used to have a syndicated column that ran in like medium-sized newspapers around the country. And I wrote in December of 2014 that Donald Trump could win the presidency. And Trump tweeted it out and the like. And then, I kept polling it. And the night before the election, I wrote a memo to Newt Gingrich, to a bunch of our friends, and to the president. I said, Trump's going to win this, and this is why. And it turned out to be correct. And so, needless to say, I may not get all my races right, but when it came to Trump, I was about 100%. Maybe I'm the Trump whisperer or something. He tells me I'm one of his favorite pollsters, and I don't know, who knows, but he treats me well, and he treats anybody he ever meets with well, as you well know, John. It's been a pleasure being with you guys. I'm going to run, but I'm going to watch you guys each week and see what you have to say, and then I want to join you again at some point.
All right, Matt. Thank you, Matt.
Thanks.
Matt Towery.
Care,
Thank you
guys.
for being with us.
Thank you. Thank you.
InsiderAdvantage.com. Holly, you and Andre have been very quiet here for the last 40 minutes. I don't think, have you ever gone 40 minutes, Holly, without saying anything ever on a panel? So why don't you just weigh in on kind of what Matt said, and then we'll bring in Andre.
Well, I love listening to Matt and Seth. Like they said, they run in the same circles, but not exactly, doing the same thing. And I do want to say, shout out for Seth. This is his book. We didn't get to that today. I was really hoping he was going to get to talk about it a little bit, but that's his new book, and it's out on Amazon, and it's wonderful. It kind of tells a story, but it sort of gives a lot of data, a lot of information. So now that I know Matt's got one coming out too, I'm going to be real interested in reading that one as well. But no, I think the guys are right on point. It is our Republican Party. We've got to make sure we get our messaging right. There's a lot of things in play here in Georgia, and I think it's important that we've got to come to the table and start talking about it, Mr. John. And no, typically you don't see me on air for 40 minutes being quiet, but I wanted to make sure they had their time, their time to get it in.
Well, it's interesting, Andre, what I learned from this, because you kind of think about it, but they put it in very, very stark terms. Like Georgia is going blue, not like the other southern states, because of Atlanta and because of the surrounding counties. Georgia is moving towards a blue state. I don't think there's any doubt. There's going to be a tough governor's race. I don't see the math where you beat Ossoff. I just don't see it. Hope I'm wrong. I hope we can beat him. I don't see it. I think Jackson will win because I think eventually people are going to have to deal with what she did as mayor. But where do we go from there? I mean, after this election, it's only going to get worse, guys. So what is the long-term fate here of Georgia once a reliably red state after Mark Burkholder got in there and, changed the House and everything, became reliably red. Now it's gone the other way. And I don't see the trend. I only see the trend making it worse, Andre. Tell me how we change that.
Well, I mean, my opponent is the first socialist elected in the Georgia House of Representatives. So that just lets you know where the state is. We have an elected GSA in our state house who started a progressive caucus. So our state is moving left really fast. And it is very concerning. I don't think we're going to do as bad as the polls say. I don't think Collins is down 15. I do think it's going to be a tough race, but we just need to stick to the issues. Our party has the right principles. We have the right legislation going through. We just have to stick to those. And one of the guests, I can't remember, said it, but we just need the educational ads instead of the less so attack ads. Democrats have voted against property tax 3 times last session, including the special session. I mean, you nailed that. Property taxes across the board, that's not a Democrat, that's not a Republican issue, that's an everybody issue.
I agree.
And Andre, you're going against Gabriel Sanchez, and he is Colombian. His parents first-time immigrants, and he's using Trayvon Martin and the stock market crash in order to tug on the heartstrings of a lot of the people in the district that you're running in. And a lot of people are not looking, so they're pulling on the heartstrings, but not looking at the issues that are affecting their community and the direction in which these people are going. And so, I applaud you for standing up and running in such a heavily Democratic district. And so we need more people like you to run. But that messaging is all important because right now we see in Georgia the focus is on how to feed your family. Again, those pocketbook issues. And so Republicans need to hone in that message. And let me say this too. I don't like, this is one of my pet peeves. And I keep saying to Republicans, we don't need to come in during the time when the campaign is all the way down the road. You go into College Park, that's a great photo op. But talk to me and tell me, what are you doing in the Black community? Those are the things that I want to see because I'm there. And so, speaking to the heart of people who are more often than not conservative, a lot of Black and Latino people are conservative. But right now, the concern is, we're seeing people still hiding in churches. We see in the Latino community, people are still bringing food and other items to people because they're afraid they will be picked up. So we need to talk about why it is that we want immigration, tighter immigration controls. It is not being racist. It is about coming to this country legally and being a part of assimilating into the American way of life. But we're seeing so many people who've come over. We have Little Korea, Little China. What is this? You're coming into America. I want you to understand what it means to be an American. That is not being racist. It is not. But honing in that message to where we can reach those people and bring them in. And stop picking Latino leaders and Black leaders that you're not afraid of. Come on and join the folks who are independent thinkers, those who care about their communities, boots on the ground. We can agree to disagree, but let's open it up and let's stop discriminating against people because they don't look the way you want them to look. They don't sound the way you want them to sound. Open it up to where when Democrats on the other side, they look in and see the Republican Party, they can see some people who are standing up. And we're not going to be going into the name
Let me ask you
but we
something.
can look
Okay,
and say, this is the person who cares.
I like your rhetoric. A lot of it. Okay, I like it, but it's rhetoric. Let's just be candid. What do Republicans have to do to engage? What does a MAGA base have to do? What does our message have to do to engage Black women? What do we have to do?
We have to talk to Black women, and now Black women are feeling attacked. They're being attacked by white America. These are facts. And that people are comfortable attacking the Black woman. No matter how much we achieve, it's never enough. We have got to be better than. And so recognize the fact that we bring a lot to the table.
I really want to get to the
talk about
bottom. I really want to get
let's talk about
listening. I want to get to the bottom of this.
Daycare, education.
One, you can't filibuster. This is supposed to be a conversation. Conversation means we all have a dialogue. That's purpose of a panel. Otherwise, you can go make a speech. So you just said African American women feel attacked by Republicans or by white people.
Right.
Define that. Like attacked how? So that we understand it. I'm not challenging it. I want to understand it.
Absolutely. When we see people like Stacey Abrams, when you're talking about Stacey Abrams, this woman is very intelligent. She's achieved a lot in her career. But when you see on social media the attacks are about her appearance, the woman is brilliant. She's a brilliant strategist. And so let's not focus on her appearance, and let's not call people apes, inhuman. And so we see a lot of derogatory statements about the Black woman, as if we're not intelligent enough to engage in conversations about what's happening in our communities on the local, state, and federal level. And so open it up to where there is an equal standing where we all can be heard and respected. That's simply it. And not have this every time you turn around, it's an attack against the black woman. And it's like, this is not acceptable at all. So you want us to be seen, you want to use us when it comes time to go to the polls, but you want people to sit down and be silent, be silent. And it's like, not today, you won't. And so there is a problem. There is a problem. And I feel it every single day that I have to prove myself. And I'm speaking to other black women who are feeling the same thing, that we're not equal in this society, that we are being dismissed, and it's not acceptable. And I sit in the Republican Party, and I've experienced it. I have. And I've sat in rooms with black women who are Democrat, Republican, and we're saying the same thing. We're tired of black women being marginalized. As you uplift the black man, and you want the black man that's married to a white woman, and that somehow makes him acceptable, okay? But when you have a black man that's standing and he's strong, and he speaks out, J.C. Watts, for example, that is not respected. It is somehow threatening. So we have to have the conversations as to why. Why is this happening? Why are black women being marginalized and silenced on both sides of the political aisle? It's not only in the Republican Party.
So if
but
you were
see
up
it
here
everywhere.
with me in DC,
And
if
it's
you were up
deeply
here,
hurtful.
I'm going to get, I want real, this is real life. So I'm Ward 2 chairman, Republican
Yes.
Party. I got to win in the fall, right? So I'm running for ANC in my ward. So I've got to be able to relate and get votes of African American women in a Washington D.C., which is heavily African American. What is the relation here? Like how do I relate? What do you recommend we do? Because I have a pretty good relationship with the majority of people that I have dialogue with here that are in my ward. But what are they looking for from somebody like me to get their vote and to understand what their situation is? What do I need to do? Let's be specific.
I need you to understand, first of all, to hear them when they speak, that a lot of black women, they're not really wanting to be on welfare, and understand that they're not trying to take advantage of the system, but you have black women who are out there every single doggone day who are working hard to take care of their families. And they wish that there were a two-parent household, but unfortunately, circumstances happen. But understand that everyone is different, and they're working in their own way to be a viable part of their communities. They're wanting to reach out to the schools and other resources if they don't have a male in the household, to get that positive male role model for their sons, to be that positive image for their daughters moving forward as a woman. And they are wanting the same opportunities as everybody else. But don't sit up because of TV and other things. Have this image, the stereotypical image of a black woman as being someone who is, sexualized, is only about their body. Look at the people that they're lifting up. And it's like, who is this? Who is Meg the Stallion? A woman can't be a stallion. What are we talking about? Women who are like in common with those people into the everyday struggles of people. Go into the communities. Go visit your food banks. Go into a lot of the community meetings. Talk to some members of the Divine Nine, because they're in the community, and these are strong women, educated women who are doing some extraordinary things in their communities. Listen to them and know and understand that they're part of this human race as well. And we have a voice.
All right, let's get to the phone lines. Thank you.
In huge numbers.
You gave me some really, really good advice. Thank you. I'm going to take that advice. I'm going to go to the food banks. I'm going to do exactly what you said because I think you're onto something. And thank you. Thank you for sharing that because if you don't tell us, we don't know, right?
You're welcome.
Most of the
Yes, yes.
African American women that I talk to, I'm in a district where the majority of them are working, right? Now, some of them are, homeless in the park or whatever. You try to help them out. But the overwhelming majority, most of them that I know here have got two jobs. It's tough. And
Yes.
so I understand that. Let's get to the phone lines. Adrian in Richmond, Virginia, you're on with the panel, and then we'll get to Holly. Go ahead, Adrian.
Yeah. I just wanted to touch. I really want to kind of push back with some of the things that CJ said, but that's not really what I called for. My thing is what I told you this before, John, and I had to Seth and the other gentleman on, and I think they brought us with good points. My thing is, I think CJ would agree, is Republicans, and I've told you this before, are afraid to go into these communities. Black, brown, whatever you want to call them, however you want to phrase them. They're just afraid to go into the community. I've mentioned this, go into barbershops. I don't always go into a barbershop, but I used to go. There's a lot of things you can learn or get input at least and see what direction these guys are leaning and why they're leaning this way. We as Republicans, well, I'm an independent now, but we as Republicans are just afraid to go in there and talk. It's like, and then they know it. They know that you feel that they're a waste of time. Not you specifically, John, but I'm saying just people, Republicans in general. This is why they can't ever get in touch with the minority, quote unquote, communities, because you don't go into them. You feel, Loudoun County's not worth it. Worth going there. You feel that, whatever county in Georgia is, outside of, Atlanta is not worth going because you're not going to get into it. Maybe you're not, but you could strike a little impact for the next person and so on and build on that. I think that's where Republicans are failing as well. I think those guys made Seth and all, they made a good point. But if you're not willing, and again, this is not you, John, because I know you ain't afraid, but if the Republican candidates in Georgia, Virginia, wherever they're at are afraid and think it's a lost cause, trust me, those folks know it, and they know that you're not going to go and talk to them because you don't think it's worth your time. Let me go to the rural areas where I know the voters are at and such. But yeah, that's the way I see it, John. So I'll let that be.
Holly.
Excuse me. I think that was great. What he just said was on point, and it brought me back to, I don't know if y'all remember during the primary, they had the was it the Black Republican event down in South Fulton, I believe it was. And I remember a video went viral, and it was a Democrat who had attended that. And he said, I came here because nobody ever comes here to talk to us. And he went on, and the video wasn't long, I don't know, maybe 2 minutes or so, but he said that exact same thing. He said, I came here today and I wanted to make this video. He said, I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed talking to the candidates, hearing what they've got to say. He said, we're looking for something different. He said, but they never come here. And I just thought that was so powerful. And that's what that reminded me of. I don't necessarily think it's about whether you're a white woman or a black woman or working two jobs. Listen, I'm a white woman. I have a daughter. She lives at home. She just moved back home and she works two jobs. And, everybody is struggling. Okay. So, but I do agree we've got to get into these neighborhoods. We've got to talk to these people where we may not be comfortable going out of our comfort zone. And that's just a normal human behavior. That's not a racist behavior. That's a human behavior. You get comfortable and you do what you think is the right thing to do. But what we have to do as Republicans and conservatives is step outside the box. Because I also talk to Democrat strategists, females, and they say the same thing. Especially in 2020 when all the Democrats were wanting to shut everything down and keep everybody suppressed and killing their businesses in Atlanta and trying to mask up their kids and keep them out of school. It was a nightmare and they were furious, so it was, everybody was on one team wanting your freedom back. Right. And I think that's the kind of communication and things that we have to do now. I don't know that segregating out every person or every demographic is necessarily the right thing to do, because I think everybody is struggling. Everybody has problems. But I think when we can come to the table together and we can start talking about those issues and we can start reaching into all communities, then that's where we really make an impact and a big difference.
Andre, I'm going to give you the final word. I know you're a candidate in a tough district. What are you going to do there to make a difference?
The same way that my opponent won, is voter outreach.
Here in
Hit the
today's
doors.
society, in order to take care of my children. 3, worked at VA Montgomery Ward and also at the Science Center, right here where I sit, to take care of my children. And so barely seeing them and have to decide, make sure that you have someone trustworthy to watch your children. And so we're not all lazy. We're not all out here shaking our behind for a couple of dollars. We're trying to take care of our children, raise responsible adults. But when we get to the point to where people want to say, you don't see it, I respectfully say, you are not a Black woman. And so we need to have dialogue, yes, but there is a problem happening within the Republican Party and in the Democratic Party. But especially I can speak to where I sit, because I live it. And I was in your district, and I had people who were mad at me because I was given opportunities because of the color of my skin. They wanted to tell me that because I'm a Black woman, that's the only reason why they gave me a position. Still today, with certain titles that I hold that is still not acknowledged in this party, intellectual property that they had used in order to educate people in this party. There is no acknowledgement.
I got to give Adrian I got to give Andre a chance here. I got a minute and a half to promote his campaign. Andre, people want to help you out. They want to get involved. Tell us where your campaign is, the geographical area, and how they get in touch. And I'm sorry we're almost out of time, but you have about a minute.
All right, thank you so much. So I'm in Cobb County, most of Smyrna and a little bit of Marietta. I have Dobbins Air Force Base in my backyard. My opponent actually tried to close that air base to put free housing there because he's a socialist. You can find my website. It's at andreforga.com. That's ANDREFORGA.com. Please go learn about my platform. And my goal is to just help down ballot. Is if I can just shift the needle, get those 2-3 points that Rick Jackson need, get those 6 points that Collins need, whatever we can do, and be that messenger to go to the door to make the CJs of the world feel like they have a voice in this party. Thank you for having me. CJ, good to see you. Haven't seen you in a while. Holly, it's always a pleasure to see you.
Of course.
And thank you so much, John.
Great close, Andre.
Thank you,
Good luck with
Andre.
your campaign. I love your mission. Get 2 points here, 1 point there, and then you elect a Republican governor. Right? Very, very smart, very selfless.
Yes.
Very selfless, dude.
I love it.
Right? It's not easy running a campaign that you know you're not going to win. Okay? I get it. I'm in Washington, D.C., dude. I get it. But if you don't do it, like my wife always says, you know what? If not us, who? If not now, when? Best line she's ever had is real. I mean, it really gets you up off your butt. It's like, if not us, who? Well, nobody. If not now, when? I don't know. Never. So let's go. Andre, thank you. I want to thank Andre. I want to thank Holly Kessler. Holly, thank you for your patience and grace today. Thank you so much.
Oh,
Very nice.
of course.
And I want to thank Celestine James for, injecting things that we need to learn. Right. And I should get you up here as my campaign consultant, meet you all meet all the Black women. I got a lot of Black women backing me here, but
Would be honored to come.
I got a big part of my base, but I could do better with your help. I gotta get you up here.
Absolutely.
Love you guys. Love the Peach Crew. Celestine James, thank you. Andre Stafford, thank you. And Holly, thanks for being with us. Michael Patrick Leahy.